Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, April the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Give me a moment here. Something's happening in our YouTube room. Okay, hopefully it's okay. Couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Todd. So, guys, there's lots happening this morning. The one to really watch to see if this, I think it's going to get to $13 today, but Goldman Sachs has put a $13 price target on WW. Okay. So this is WW. The next high looking left is 707. And then up here, we've got I'm sorry, that's 707. Then the high right here is 620. So anyway, Goldman Sachs has put a $13 price target on it. Upgraded the stock from neutral to buy and raised its price target from $3.80 to 13. So super active this morning. That is the reason. I don't see any other news. I mean, I guess they did close some kind of a deal. A sequence deal closed. Okay, so I guess that's the reason, initial reason, and then Goldman piling in on them. So thanks, Yaka, in our YouTube room. There was some kind of a message popped into your screen I hadn't seen before, so I was wondering if YouTube was still up and running. All right, what else is happening? Lucy, Lucy. So they've joined the AI. They've said that stock doubles after releasing Chat GPT enabled glasses. Chat GPT enabled glasses. Why not? So there's Lucy doubling, more than doubling, 2.3 million in the float. Where could this go? Let's see. The next high looking left is 4. And after that, we've got 5. So it has some room to run if it wants to, looking at the daily chart. ZFox is moving higher on Google Cloud Google Cloud sharing partnership deal. Okay. Coming right into, looks like a massive resistance right around here. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. Just looking here, not shortable. Because when I look at this daily chart, I see a lot of resistance. Now, if it pops through this, then it's obviously got some room. It's not a low float, 70 million in the float, so it's not one of those low float ones. BNRG from yesterday, a little continuation from yesterday. BNRG, lots of volume, 5 million in the float, 5.6 million in the float. Now, it did have a big sell-off, okay? Got up to 276, and it sold off back down to 135. A little bit of a continuation. Nowhere near the high yesterday, but nonetheless, excuse me, up 28% from where it closed yesterday. You normally watch on Twitter, really? Interesting. This is from our YouTube room, Nikki. KLO, oh, sorry, not KLO, XLO is up on, all I can see is an inducement grant. Now, actually, that is on, I'm sorry, that's old news. That is old news. Okay, so actually, this is the news, really, because this was released after hours yesterday. Merck has a 5.4% passive stake in Zilio. Okay, so that is the news. APTN is getting, sorry guys, my handwriting is hard to read for me this morning. ADTN is gapping down on guidance. So they don't release earnings until the 3rd, but they're sort of preconditioning the market that not going to be good. Company announced preliminary results. Okay, so revenue between 322 and 326, which is different from the three. That's a big drop. 355 to 375, especially if they get in the low end, 322 to 375. So ADTN definitely moving down. This is that's not an all-time low, not yet. Let me know if sound is murky, guys. I haven't done anything. Usually, if it is, I'll get a lot more comments, many more comments. You might have to just do a refresh, Nikki. Okay, refresh. Yeah, so it's got to be on your end, Nikki. Hopefully, it's just on your end. Just do a refresh. Hopefully, that'll help. OPI was getting hammered this morning. OPI, a REIT. I think it's a REIT. Oh, it's an income trust, but it's getting hammered. It's buying because they're buying DHC. They're buying DHC. The market's not reacting well to that. This is DHC doing nothing. CarMax, KMX, one of the few earnings plays today. KMX, nice pop for it actually. 6%, big float, 157 million. Now, to me, it looks like it's getting into a resistance area of around 71. We'll see what happens once this market opens. I'm always skeptical of these ones that try to hold their pops in the pre-market. And when you look at the daily chart, what I see is quite a bit of resistance right around 71, or it's KMX. Moderna, mRNA, choppy morning for Moderna, mRNA, very choppy day. Had a big gap down. Now, this is at 8 o'clock. Is this 8 o'clock? Yeah, this is 8 o'clock. So this is 8 o'clock, 15-minute candle. We see this a lot of times at 8 o'clock on the 15-minute candle anyway. We see sometimes these weird topping tails or bottoming tails. Uh, Captain K can probably explain it better than I can, but that was not a bottoming tail. I mean, that was definitely being hit hard and something to do with their influenza vaccine candidate continue as it misses early success threshold. Okay, Noggin, Nogn, Nogn is up. This could get a little bit interesting because the CFO bought 400,000 shares at $3 a share. So $1.2 million he sunk in, but at $3 a share. So this is sitting at 2. So obviously it has a degree of confidence. And this has room, obviously has room. Now, I mentioned this one only because of the insanely low flow. Okay, there's no volume really, 37,000. RSLS had some news, received notice of allowance for U.S. patent related to Obalon balloon system. So it did pop up, pulled back. Is that 8 o'clock? No, that's not the 8. So that actually happened. But it's the float, 369,000. Even that's what our provider is telling us. Even if it's not quite that, it's obviously going to be very low. So I guess it's keep an eye on it to a certain extent. Now, didn't get to 32K, didn't get to 32,000. So there's BITO guys. We were talking about this one yesterday, this green candle yesterday. But look at this. Look at this on that daily chart. So it is now. I mean, this is a Bitcoin ETF, of course, but if you don't want to buy the coin, this is not a bad ETF. And the next high is looking left around 20. This is BITO. So take a look at a couple of them. Mara, talking about Mara yesterday, and I thought Riot was, but look what Mara did yesterday. At least it got through the 200-day moving average. Okay, Mara's through the 200-day moving average, whereas Riot, excuse me, Riot was well above it. Riot was well above it. So a couple of the Bitcoin plays. But to put it in some kind of perspective, guys, so if Bitcoin, let's call it 30,000, okay? And here's Riot at 11. Now remember when Bitcoin was around 60? When Bitcoin was around 60, this is probably back here, Riot was up at 80. So, it is nowhere near the same sort of ratio, nowhere near. If that were the case, you would think this one would be about 35. Okay, so it is really lagging. I mean, it was nonsense that Riot and Mara soared to these heights up here, but just to point out that they're really lagging the Bitcoin price now compared to what they did when Bitcoin was up around 60,000. You got that one, William. Absolutely. Goldman upgrade from 380 or something, 380 to 13. They actually had some news also. So it's sort of hit a couple times with some news today for WW. And as I say, the next high, I think was six something. The next high for WW was, it's not too many W's, WW, not triple W. Yeah, the next high is 620. And then after that, you've got 707. It's not a low float, not a high float, 68 million. All right, guys, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Wow, this is the theme, guys. This is the theme over the last at least month. The theme meaning that we are seeing a lot more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get these in. I'm going to get them into the Discord room first. If there's any multiple upgrades, one stock being upgraded by several firms. There's another upgrade for Goldman. Take a look at, well, as I keep typing this in, you might want to just bring up WHR Whirlpool. WHR, Goldman has an upgrade for them also. KAL, I'm hearing, yeah, it's being delisted. When I say hearing, I'm hearing the gap down, my text to voice. I hear her saying KA over and over, her meaning our text to voice. That's our sound. We take a look at the Whirlpool WHR. If that Goldman upgrade is And the effect, wow, no kidding. Good effect. Not huge volume yet, but if they put a price target on it, upgraded from to a buy from neutral at Goldman. I don't see a price target, but anyway, that definitely has helped. An upgrade by Goldman on Whirlpool. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Again, not too many downgrades. This is a real flip from wow, a month ago, where my downgrade list was huge and my upgrade was just puny. All right, let me get them in now to the main room. Yeah, hello, Paradox. Yeah, all is well. Did it actually hit 32K? I thought it hit 32K. Okay, guys, so that is, so yeah, so I guess the number one focus has to be WW to see how much more it can go up. And if not, this is shortable for me. You know, the euphoria of the first day of an upgrade. I get a bit of a pullback on it. I wasn't having a tough time, Jacka. Was I having a tough time? I just know that the J's are usually, so I was calling you Yaka. Anyway, okay, Jack. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, change their name. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. 9:17, so 13 minutes before the market opens. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, click on Show More, and I'll get down to our sector status, see what's happening. We're in for a mildly positive open. So even though we're just mildly positive, most of the sectors are all up. So what you're seeing here is there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 100% in green, that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So when you look at all the sectors, you can see that the majority of them, in fact, every single one of them, are at least 70 to, well, there's technology right at around 69%, let's say 70 to 85% above the close of yesterday. Okay. Now let's take a look at how they're doing. I was asked to take a look at IMGN. Okay, IMGN. What do I think of IMGN? Um, well, not much. I mean, there's no volume. Nothing's happening, so not much to really talk about. There's actually no volume whatsoever. So no comment really. I mean, it's been a choppy daily chart. Nothing really to talk about. Big float, no volume. Okay, let's take a look at healthcare. I mean, some of these, well, actually, let's take a look at energy first. What I'd like to do is just check to see how they're doing, how these sectors are doing compared to the 200-day moving average. See which ones are, most of them are going to be above. See which ones are below. So XLE, that green line you see on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So XLE is still kind of safely above it. Consumer staples, XLP, again, safely above it. RAN, starting on March the 27th, RAN. Retail has been a bit of a struggle. XRT, yeah. So this is still below the 200-day moving average. 4 days ago, we got a little bit above it, but closed below. So decent day yesterday. We'll see if it approaches it again today. So XRT is below the 200-day moving average. Retail. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. So was another one that finally made it above. Yeah, made it above a few days ago. It's still above. Industrials, XLI. XLI, industrials. This was another one that was well above it, but started to fade somewhat. So there it is. It's still above it. Financials, of course, this one will still be below. Maybe financials get above. That'll be a big day in the market, seriously, you know. But there is, of course, that's what the Silicon Valley Bank. That's when all that started and broke down through the 200-day moving average and still quite a bit below. Consumer discretionary, XLY, XLY. Other one is just below. Maybe today it'll pop above. So those are three of the major. Let's take a look at XLB. XLB should be above. Yeah, this is above, holding pretty safely above the 200-day moving average. And then we look at communications. Communications, which has been on a run, guys. I mean, ever since well, it broke through. I mean, this was way below the 200-day moving average for quite a while. Broke above, broke down a little bit a few couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Now safely away. And let's take a look at technology, XLK, safely away, and of course, SMEs way above it. SMH has been a star. So we really only have three of the major sectors: retail, XRT; financials, XLF; and XLY, consumer discretionary. Those are the three major sectors below the 200-day moving average. And of course, the SPY itself, well above it. There's the 200-day moving average for the SPY, which makes sense when you have most of the major sectors above. Yeah, there'll be fireworks tomorrow. Yeah, CPI, I guess, is tomorrow at 8:30. We'll see what happens at 8:30. We'll probably have some giant big reaction on the SPY candles at 8:30. Definitely the stars are semis, tech, and communication stocks. Those are kind of the stars. Okay, this one is starting to gap down. I'm hearing it. BSGA, BSGA. This is one of those SPACs. Okay. Now, look at the day it had yesterday. Got up to 1480. This could be. These are the crazy ones. Now, let's check the news to see if they're any closer. Yeah, any closer to the actual acquisition. I don't see it. I don't see that they're closer to the acquisition. Yeah, you know what's having not a bad start is AI. Not a bad start at all. AI, again, trying to crawl back from that Carousdale report that hit on the 4th last week. The high of 2 days ago was 2386, so it's getting close to that high. I still have, I think I have a price alert set up here around 25. That would be the high of on the third. I'm sorry, on the fifth. And if we can somehow get through that, we may have a bit of a run. ADTN continues to slide here, guys. ADTN continues to slide. I mean, it's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. The earnings are not till the 3rd of May, but they basically guided very poorly. When did this start anyway? When did these companies start to do this? I mean, I don't know if they've been doing it historically. Because the problem I have with this is that, I don't hold anything, not that I'm a big swing trader, but I would never hold anything through earnings. So you look at a company like ADTN and you think, okay, well, they don't have earnings to the third. Maybe I'm holding this for some reason. And then they come out and it may as well be an earnings play right now. I don't know when all this started. The other one that is, I don't think I mentioned this one. I should have mentioned, yeah, KC. I think I mentioned KC. So this one is having a bit of a rebound now. Okay, this was a tremendous one from 390 in about 3 weeks, all the way up to 10, a little over 10, without, just a couple little pullbacks, but nothing really to speak of on the daily chart. Then, the last few days, it's been, I don't know if it's just profit taking, but having a bit of a day now, bit of a day, China stock, trying to come back a bit. Well, ADTN continues to swoon here. So when you ask me about thoughts on a stock, I mean, the only thing I can say is, we've got to wait for the market to open. I have no thoughts is if it's going to keep going higher or anything like that. We saw BNRG yesterday. I talked about it a little bit this morning. You got up through the 200-day yesterday. Got all the way up to 276, but it's a big, big, big sell-off. That's a huge percentage sell-off down to here. And so now it's trying to come back a bit. There's no, it's a low float, but it's not. So my thoughts are, I got to wait for the market to open and see if it can hold this level and maybe start to, get back close to that 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me, so I can't. But I mean, that's a devastating sell-off. 276 down to 135 is a devastating sell-off. And I think they had something about a $600,000 inducement grant. I think that was, I don't even know if that was yesterday or the day before. But I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, I like to see things settle down a little bit. Not that things are, completely settled down after 15, but even the WW. I mean, I think that has a real shot today. I mean, it's already up a lot, but based on that Goldman upgrade, just because I think it has a shot doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade right now. To wait to see how it trades. 1 minute already. Wow. Okay. Carvana. I see Carvana's having a bit of a lift. CVNA, bit of a lift. It takes out 10. That could get actually it takes out 10. That could get it running a bit. Memer. I don't know if it's a meme stock today or. And then there's okay. Clean Spark. CLSK to double its Bitcoin mining capacity with 140 $44 million expansion deal? Wow, okay. So that's Bitcoin Play, CLSK. Now, let me get rid of this, and the market's open. And let's have a great trading day, everybody. There's Lucy. So Lucy is an AI play. They've somehow Chat GPT in their glasses. ZFox pulled back from its highs in the pre-market from 310. That's a pretty big pullback. Not shortable for me. When I say not shortable for me, I'm talking about that my broker, Interactive Brokers, does not have shorts available. NOGN lifting on that CFO purchase. So NOGN lifting. CFO bought 400,000 shares at $3. So the next high looking left is 260. 260 on that daily chart for NOGN. But again, just because the CEO bought a three, I don't think, okay, I guess I should be buying and just putting everything I've got into this because if the CFO thinks this is a good company, good enough for me. I mean, that's what you might think. Well, it's obviously given the lift. No question, it's given the lift, and that crazy low float. Yeah, TGTX continues, guys. Yeah, look at this TGTX now, guys. I mean, this is tremendous continuation from yesterday. So if you're asking me, Larry, the wrong person. Okay, I don't look at financials really at all. Because I'm way more obviously of an intraday trader. I just take whatever the market's going to give me on a daily basis. So I'm the wrong person, but somebody else might want to chime in. So if you look at Larry has a question in the general, actually that should be in the general market talk, really. Okay, Larry, the general market talk. I know I know you've got a couple of stocks in there, but Dwayne, I can't help you. So you're going to have to send the support files. But what you might want to do is I'll give you our homepage, okay? And give them your address, your email address, so they can look at your account. I can't help you. I don't know. But here's our homepage, okay? And when the little balloon comes up, the questions and answers, ask the question, why am I getting this? So what's the market doing? Market, yeah, kind of mixed. Nas is basically flat. Market's kind of flat right now in the open. Okay, Lucy is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. No, yesterday we had some really good ones right off the bat. And I don't like to take things in the first 15 minutes. The only way I'll take this one is maybe if it gets over 415 again, because there is room, obviously, for it to get up to about 5. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's the next high looking left for Lucy. And it's a chat G. We need a new name. I hate chat GPT. Need a new name. All right, there goes Mara, guys. Mara, BITO. There's their Bitcoin ETF. And Riot. See how WW has sort of faded a little bit now? So there's the VWAP, 559. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. It's back up to that 6 level and then runs from there. I don't know if you're in the room, but somebody was wondering why I did a video on CGTX yesterday. I didn't know I was going to do this today, but there you go. Now, Marky, you asked a question about the AI, I think, earlier. I don't know if you're still in the room. You said you're from the UK. Maybe. I didn't even mention Tilray, guys. I know it was an earnings play. Who cares? I know they bought Hexo. Who cares? Boy, what a move. TGTX, what a move. So interesting. You saw that move a few days ago, then the pullback, then the massive move yesterday, and then it even looks like it's going to be even a bigger one today for TGTX. Okay, guys, eyes on Lucy. Eyes on Lucy. If it takes out 415 again, that's what I'm talking about. There was an alert at 415 at 9:32 Eastern Time, 415. It pulled back a bit. If it takes it out again, this could get on a roll. I mean, there's your alert for T. I just can't take them so early, but TGT. I mean, when I say I can't, I mean I'm allowed to, but I just don't. But look at this: 2043, 2140 now, a dollar move. But this one is intriguing to me. The Carvana is not necessarily. However, if it gets back over 1019, I might get interested. Depends on what I see looking left. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. Looking left, it's got a little bit of room when you look left on a daily chart. But I think Lucy has the, excuse me, might have a shot, guys. Lucy might have a shot if it gets back over that 315. If I take this trade, this is not going to, it'll probably be a pretty quick one because I'm still kind of reluctant to do these in the first 15. And if it has any sort of a weakness, I would be getting out of it. But that's not a recommendation for you to do the same thing as me. It's got a low float, 2.3 million in the float, 25 million have traded already, 10 times almost the float, actually 10 times the float. Mm. Just watching the Lucy, see if it takes out that 415. And again, why 415? Because that's where the alert was. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the Lucy as it's now starting to give up four. Not shortable for me. I know I'm looking to see if it was shortable for me, if it really wants to give it up, but it's not shortable for me. So that's why I wait. Look at this. This is exactly why I wait. I will if I don't get my if it don't get my price, I don't try to anticipate it's going to happen. Right now, so this might happen actually after in the first 15 or after 15, and maybe it takes it out. Meanwhile, TGTX. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Don't normally do something like this, but I have to do it. Give me one moment. Okay, so ADTN now actually had a bounce. I was just looking here. It actually hit the 10-day daily breakdown at 1066. Again, too early in the first 15. I don't like to take them, and that's one of the reasons. Okay, 10-day daily breakout, BKD now. Let's see, BKD. Oh, it's got room. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. 481. Next high looking left. Not saying it's going to get there, but BKD's got some room. Okay, Lucy, right back up now, guys. Getting closer to that 415. Hovering around 415. I'm just watching it. Wow, I mean, that was a fake out on the 415 so far. And right back down, right back underneath four. I think this topping tail has got people a little concerned. That big sell off. We'll see. I mean, I'll put my alert again. Okay, guys, there goes a WW. WW now over 6 on that big Goldman upgrade to 13. Price target of 13. Hmm. You're right about the AI. I have a price alert for the AI at $25. Watching WW right at $6. We have a halt now. Oh, on the way down. Yeah, it's funny. I have this one thumbnailed, IPDN. I had it thumbnailed and I was watching it as it was running early this morning. Okay, guys, I'm in the WW. What happened to the the IPDN? It's almost like they announced the financing. Almost like they announced the financing. I don't see that. I mean, that's a big drop from 7 to 6, just like that. I mean, that happened just boom. Wonder if they're going to one of these companies that do a financing. Okay, well, I got to watch the WW as it now broke down below. I'm in around 603, guys. 603. Want to see if it can hold. If it doesn't, I'll just get out. If I were a swing trader, yeah, might take a look at WW just because of the Goldman upgrade. Okay, wow, look at Carvana. I took my eye off it. Wow, look at Carvana. There was the alert at 10:19, and look at it now, 10:64. I wonder if the memers have got a hold of this one. Son of a gun! I completely wow, I just took my eye off it. Well, let's see if WW rewards me a little bit. Well, that's kind of amusing. The AI is suggesting a short on the WW. Well, not me. Okay, WT. Here's another wisdom tree. WT. This is almost a lifetime high. Now, I think I don't know what happened back there. I don't know if this is a SPAC or actually an IPO, but that is suggesting that's the all-time high right up here at 630. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just internal T-Doc. Let's take a look at T-Doc. This is a 20-day breakout. And let's see, IPDN resume. Now, was there any news on this one? There's got to be a financing. It's got to be a financing. Got to be a financing. I mean, it's been on a tremendous run. I'll be so surprised if we don't see a financing announcement for IPDN. Uh, Come on, show me the financing news or fraud or something. I mean, there's got to be something. Anybody see what happened on with IPDN? Yeah, I do see all this too. I mean, that was a crazy couple of days. And look at the run it had. I mean, look at the run it had from March the 21st, bottoming tail there. So that was a sell up, but it popped right back up. So really straight up. Well, I'm not going to worry about it, but and it's not shortable for me. Wow. All right, WW. I tell you guys, you got to watch these Goldman upgrades, price targets. When they put a price target on it, now there's the. I was wondering if it could get through 620, and it did so far. That was the next level, and now the next high is 707. I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, guys, I've taken some off of the WW, okay, in case it comes back down to that 620 level. So I've taken some off from the 603 and gonna lock in some decent profit. Another, there's a Bitcoin play, isn't it? CAN, I think it's a Bitcoin play. I'm pretty sure it is. It doesn't say it here, but I'm maybe not. AI, well, I don't know. I can't remember anymore. I think it's a Bitcoin play though, CAN. Gap up and go, guys. EBIX. Somebody said there's a price target on this one, 50. Somebody said 50. Is that right? 50. Greg Hallam. Let's see, coverage with 50. Sure. Okay. You're sitting at 17 right now. The next high looking left. That was yesterday. That's right. I remember EBIX going a bit crazy yesterday. Got up to 1776. So about $1 away from that high right now. Okay, NOGN. Boy, I mean, look at the sell-off though. 240, and it gets all the way back down to 210. Trying to recover again. I mean, the CFO buying 400,000 shares at $3. It's helped, obviously, but so far, and it's just a low float, big low float. You'd think that there'd be a little more interest. I mean, it's up 23%, but that sort of news, you would think there might be a little more interest. The next high looking left, other than today's high, is 260. Yeah, pull back to the VWAP, 2144. Yeah, 21. Yeah, right to the VWAP. Look at that. TGTX pulled right back to the VWAP and bounced off it. And that is TGTX. Boy, look at this IPDN, guys. I mean, with no news that I can see, this has just been crushed. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the WW. The second part, a little bit above where I bought it, but I'm going to take a look at it again, maybe over 615. Actually, 620, because that is the high. That's the next high looking left. So if it gets back over 620, I'll probably get back in it. That is the next high looking left. What's the VWAP here? 586. So let's see if it holds the VWAP actually also. RSLS. Okay, RSLS is that was the one very, very low float. Had some action in the pre-market. There was no volume really. Yeah, this is pretty this is a challenge, to say the least. You know, up, down. Had some news, very low float. You got to be really careful. You know, keep an eye on ITUB, guys. ITUB. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, a little bit of room. You know, to the 526. It's not a. It's a big float, probably. And see the float. Probably a big float. Yeah, 5.2 billion in the float. So it's not going to be a huge mover, but that sometimes that's it's a little easier on the psyche. Look at okay, KC's been a little bit choppy, but take a look at KC. KC, really choppy, little topping tails, some bottoming tails here, but again, trying to recover somewhat after a tremendous multi-week run for KC. The high is 838. So 838 is that high of a couple of days ago. And so the next high is 930. So it's got some room. So APLM, is this a SPAC? No. No, I sort of remember this one debuted as APLM back here, got up to $50, almost to $50. Low float, 9.8 million in the float. I guess Markey from the UK left. Oh, look at this. Just not really seen something like this before. Well, maybe I have, but on absolutely no news that we can see for IPDN. This is just getting absolutely crushed. $7 down to 4 approximately. All right. Well, with AI on the move, we haven't really talked too much about GFAI. And, look at this though. We're up to 18, right back down to 17. So a challenging one. But look at AI, guys. If it takes out 25, this thing could happen. A little base for a bit. I mean, you can't, you're chasing it now. A little bit of a base, and then pops through 20. Well, 24.89 is the high, but pops through 25, and then look left. Look at all the room it's got. Boy, Carvana. I mean, is there news on this one, or is just one of the memers? I mean, it's with that high short float percent, 55%. Hmm. All right, this is a bank, BBD, but problem is too much resistance, in my opinion. A very choppy looking one. I mean, if it could ever get over 3, BBD probably won't happen today, if it happens at all, because then you look left on that weekly chart and it's got room to 4. Big float, probably, yeah, 5 billion in the float. The continuation play from yesterday. No Shady was in this one yesterday. EBS, it kind of ran most of the day straight up. A couple little downturns, but the trend was certainly up most of the day. And there's EBS. The next high looking left is 1353. Now you are in SI at 177. Boy, we haven't seen Silvergate for a while. Yeah, I think this is just the memers getting a hold of Carvana and SI. There's no news on these, that's going to somehow everything's okay again. But yeah, as a trade, wow. Again, look at that short float percent, 72%. Low float, 27 million. WW is getting interesting again, guys, to me, but it's really going to have to take out 620 again for me to get interested. Wow, AI can't chase it yet. Well, not, I shouldn't say yet. I'm not going to chase it. So right now, thumbing their nose at Kerrisdale. Yeah, do you think so, Casa? Really? You really think that CarMax has Carvana has any? I mean, you could be right. I mean, I haven't looked at this one. I know this is an earnings play. I don't, this is more expensive than I like to trade. But yeah, I mean, KMax obviously having a tremendous day. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it is a sympathy play. All right. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. the IPDN. I mean, I keep seeing it here because it's in the momentum down. It's not that I'm fixated on it, but look at this. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. BKKT, haven't seen that one for a while. No, that was a crazy one a while back. BKKT. Yeah, so another high short float percent, another high short float percent. Problem I've got with it is on that daily chart. It looks like there's just too much happening between here and two. And there's the 200-day moving average basically right at two. But there does appear to be a mini theme anyway, looking at these high short float percents with Carvana and SI. I've got, in my momentum down. Okay, what's happening with Lucy now, guys? Okay, Lucy might be getting ready to have that little move. The VWAP sort of held it, 370-ish. The VWAP held it. Okay, Lucy, let's see if you got any. I'm in it. I want to see if this has any sort, but I'm going to be quick because this high could block it. Now, if I got up to that high, that'd be awesome. Guys, I'm just watching it like a hawk here on the Lucy. Hmm. Okay, took a loss on it. Luckily, I had my hand right on that submit. So I don't like Lucy. It was in at 420, and the minute it got back into that 415, was very worried about it, and so I got out almost immediately. So that's it for Lucy and me. Too bad. It looked like it was going to have a run. Got up to that 430, and it looked like it was really going to have a run. But well, let's see if the 200 or the VWAP can hold it again. But I don't like this with these two topping tails now. That's why you have to have a. I was lucky on that one. I have to admit, very, very lucky because yeah, you can have a stop, but something that was moving pretty quickly. But again, another reason why you cannot take a trade in one of these types of stocks, these types meaning low floats, and just wander away from your computer, even for 5 seconds. You got to be paying attention because this is exactly what can happen. No, Lucy is not shortable for me. No, no, I went long Lucy. But again, I took the loss, but luckily, very, very lucky because I did not budge from my computer and watching it like I say, I'm watching it like a hawk. No bathroom breaks when you're in that one, that's for sure. There we go. WW is getting interesting to me again. Looking at a 620 break. Why? Because that's the high looking left. It did break above it, came back down. Hmm. Look at AI, guys. Look at that rejection at 25. Look at that rejection. I mean, it got a little bit above 25. So what I wanted to happen was for it to just base a little bit around 25 and then resume, but it got way up. Well, not way up, but it got a little bit above 25 and then pulled right back. Yeah, so I don't like a bus. I see it here in the momentum up. I don't like ABUS. I just look left and I just see, to me anyway, too much resistance. Ugly looking weekly chart, ugly looking, especially the weekly chart, chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Okay, guys, see, I'm just pausing here, not getting too many new alerts now. Let's take a look at ELOX was a big one from yesterday. Let's take a look at what it's doing now. Another one that's not short. Finding a lot are not shortable now at Interactive Brokers. Some of these really cheap ones, but low floaters. Probably it's a good thing. Most of the time, it's a good thing. And this noggin is just not really moving. If it can take out 225, which is the high in the pre-market, looks like. That's the high in the pre-market, kind of the high of these two candles. It did get up to 240. Maybe it'll get running. So I'm going to have an alert set for around 225 for NOGN. And again, I had some news. ZIM, something to keep an eye on from our YouTube room. That had a dividend. So this is not a big gap down. I mean, it looks like it is. Some kind of a dividend, I think. So that was I believe anyway. Somebody might have to verify that, but the high of that day was say 20. So yeah, I mean, if it can take out 20, I'll stick an alert. Maybe not going to happen today, but if it does today or tomorrow, yeah, I mean, people are going to look at that and feel that's a gap. Ooh, agro is sort of interesting. This is a on the 20-day breakout. 20-day breakout. Got some room. 888 is the next high looking left. Agro, AGRO. And just speaking about agro, there it goes. Okay, let's take a look at ADTN. I had the big bottoming tail, hopped up, still looking weak. May as well be an earnings play. They've basically guided about what's going to happen on the 3rd, May 3rd. So it's basically an earnings play. Big pullback now for Carvana, CVNA. What's the float for WW? Yeah, it's not high, 68 million, not low. No, I still have my alert set in this area. I did not actually have my alert set, I think 623. I don't think there's any news on EBIX other than another upgrade. Coverage with a target of 50. I don't know if there's any news. This is yesterday's news. Okay, that was yesterday's news regarding India. I mean, that's what got it started yesterday. But it did sell off a lot. So something about they're going to be able to do an IPO on the India exchange. Okay, so the question is, why can't I short with Interactive Brokers? It all depends on the stock. I can short with Interactive Brokers. That's not the issue. It depends. They don't have shorts available, then can't short. And a lot of these really low float stocks are just not, usually at IB anyway, are not available to short. So it's not that I can't short at all with Interactive Brokers. It's just, and another firm may have shorts available. You'll hear me say, that's why I always want to say I can't short it at IB. IB has no shorts. But for instance, Para's got tons of shorts, 1.8 million shorts if I wanted to short Para. And a lot of times, it's not the worst thing not to have shorts for these ones that are very, very low float. They can be as tricky to go short as to try to go long. So sometimes, it's not the worst thing. Doesn't really bother me that much. Okay, well, there's a noggin, N-O-G-N. Okay, so there is the noggin, N-O-G-N, starting to move a little bit now. It took this area out briefly, this 225. Now, just having said that, I'm amazed there are shorts available, 100,000 shares at Interactive Brokers, even though that float, I have to check. I want to see if that is what I think I've looked at. I think I've seen that before, that one before, and it might have 3 million in the float. Okay, according to another site that seems to be pretty reliable, they have 8 million in the float. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see. Ugh, Lucy, how disgusting was that one? Seriously. But again, that's why you have to have a stop, number one, and be right sitting at your computer if you're in a low float stock. Look at KC, guys. Let's see what the next high is because KC's having a pretty decent day now. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. I mean, 932 is the next high looking left. So it's taken up, it's at the day's high now. KC, it's a big float, which is okay. It's a China stock. Had the huge run, pull back over a few days, but now trying to come back. And again, when you look left, it's got some room. 930 is the next high looking left. Hmm. You're absolutely right about the WW. Well, it didn't trigger for me, so no harm. There's that blue line. You can see that blue line right there. If it had triggered, it would have turned green. It did not trigger. So noggin off that 25 break is looking decent. Challenge will be to get through the high of the day, I guess, 240. All right, guys, NIO is actually an AI alert. Okay, 943 on the alert, 962 now. Looking left, 979 could block it. Ooh, OPI. Now, if it can take out, this is a lifetime low. If it can take out 9 again, shoot, I missed this one. Sticking a little on 892 for OP. This is lots of shares available, 1 million at Interactive Brokers to short. So this is an all-time low. They are buying a company called, the symbol is, I think, DHC. Well, there you go. Okay, guys, I'm in it. I'm in this one. OP. It actually just showed up also my 10-day daily breakdown. All-time low now. OPI. Decent fill. 96. So we'll see what happens. And any move over 9, I'm out. 907 is the high of that candle. I guess it got down to 872 in the pre-market. OPI. There's EBIX. EBIX on the move again, guys, on that upgrade. The news from yesterday, an India IPO or Indian exchange allowing them to do an IPO in the India exchange. Is that the high now of yesterday? I mean, there's 1984, I guess, is up here. That's the next high. I'll agree though. Today's been a choppy day, even for these smaller ones. A lot of times they don't care. I mean, the market is choppy today, but a lot of times, those smaller ones don't care that much. But yeah, definitely some chopping around. I'd say that with EBIX, really though. I mean, it's held the VWAP nicely. Where's that VWAP? The VWAP is 1681, so it's held the VWAP nicely. Yeah, because I'm seeing a lot of these that came into the momentum up, but they didn't do anything really afterwards. Otherwise, I'd see them over and over here again. Very few did anything. Jack, you're talking about the shorts? Look. I mean, look at AI. Wow. Look at AI. Boy, that rejection at 25 was fierce. I mean, that was really fierce. I mean, it did pop above it briefly, broke down now through the VWAP 25.25. I wish I'd seen that. Wish I'd been paying a little more attention to that VWAP. Yeah, I don't display my account, Jack. Hi, Jack. Okay, so I'll say what I'm in. I don't make any recommendations for people to follow me or anything like that. But yeah, you're not going to see my trading account. It actually doesn't get asked that much. All right, guys, 10:36. I think I'll. All right, little grunting I'm hearing. This is my my sound alert for the 10-day daily breakdown is the pig sound. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Yeah, I mean, what I'll do is I'll say, listen, this is what I'm looking at, and if it makes sense to your trading plan, not just talking to you, Jack, but anybody, if it makes sense, if I say, well, I'm interested in this stock right here, somebody look at that, go, I don't see what he's looking at. Well, that's fine. Ugh, big red bar now in the SPY. Okay, OP. The recent results, yeah, there's a history. You can do. You're not a subscriber, I take it, but you can do a history yesterday and last week, last 30 days, etc. The AI is used, you know, I use it like a watch list. That's all it is. I don't. And there is no auto trading with the AI. I think in theory it's still permitted, but I think we're going to remove that permission. Oh, you are a subscriber? Well, then, if you are a subscriber, all you have to do is just this is what you want to see. The strategy trades all. Okay, so from toolbar, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, the AI strategy trades window. This is what you'll see. Then all you have to do is right click, click on history. You can see yesterday, last week, last 30 days. You pick your time frame. So yeah, there is a way in which you can see it. Ah, okay. Well, that's why, Jack. Yeah. The last questions. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and I'm sharing some of my scans. That's why I'm going to go over that right now. Excuse me. Talk a little bit about my homepage and what you can find on my homepage. So on my homepage, this is what you'll see. So this promo code is still alive, okay? This promo for 25% off is still alive. So Easter 25 for 25. Wow, look at great alert, guys. I got in this a little earlier. This happened after the fact, but great alert on the OP, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, get trade ideas. So there are 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 25%. The big difference is the AI, okay? Gives you and all you have to do is just load it and you'll have your alerts come in. How you trade them will be up to you. It actually turned out that it was better to short WW. Well, it's good to go long at one point and then short. And I don't display this because it's not fair for those who pay for it. So now you don't have to go annual. In fact, do not to go annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can start off with a standard or premium, 118, 228, less the 25% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, which probably the majority of our customers do, this is what you'd pay going forward. But if you do take out a monthly and then within 30 days you decide it wouldn't mind an annual, then we'll honor the 25%. And obviously the reason people take out annuals is because the per month on a per month basis is cheaper. You do have to come up with the money up front though. If you take out a subscription, mandatory, you do the get started. Okay, the get started, 10 videos, 10 short videos, starts off with a download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay, mandatory you do that. New to trading? Great. We've got a little course for you. In fact, today's Tuesday. So Trading 101. So Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. And that's when you can ask anybody who's got questions about the anchored VWAP, etc. You know, like now's your time, okay? Because he's going to be there between 12 and 1. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it triggered yesterday. I think it's NG. See what happened if it triggered today. Yeah, I guess it did trigger today because I think the trigger was what 6:05. So this triggered today. Now how you trade it will be up to you, of course. It is free. And the education section right here. So here's our user guide. If you click on the user guide, there's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and know something about the stock racing. Okay, we have some videos on stock racing right here. Okay, so it's all explained. You have some clickable race startup and configuration. These are all clickable. Other thing after that, what I would look at is price alerts. How to set a price alert on a chart. Super simple to do. And, I'm not saying I couldn't trade without it, but, that's what you see me do many times over the course of the day is set price alerts. And I'll show you how right now. Say I wanted to set a price alert for NG if it broke above here. So all I have to do is go to the chart and I just follow my dotted line up. And if I can eyeball it well enough, say I wanted a price alert at 616, I right click, create the price alert. There it is at 616. Now, of course, I could change it if I wanted it at 620 or whatever other number. I don't typically put notes in, but you can, of course, and then save. That's it. Price alert's done. Blue line on the chart. If it hits it, what'll happen is my price alert window will pop up on my screen. That blue line will turn green. You can't miss it. The price alert window will pop up on the screen. There's that getting started again, getting started. We really hammer that point home. So the daily support session. So I mentioned that I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And on Tuesdays, it's usually Michael Noss. So I will confirm that before I take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Michael. And again, if you've got anchored VWAP questions, I'm going to give you the link for it. Now's the day, okay? And here are my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this form for years and years and years. This shows me the stocks that are obviously active, either up or down. And again, it doesn't mean that these stocks are, going to do the same thing when the market opens. In other words, something that's up is going to keep moving up, or something that's down. But at least it allows us to find stocks that could be active all day. These are two races that I'm sharing. Okay, you can take a look at these. And here, probably my favorite scans, my breakout, 10-day daily breakout, and my 10-day daily breakdown. These are my two favorite scans. And again, they're scans. Doesn't mean when you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. Okay, but I love these. If somebody said you can only have, one scan, I mean, this is just the flip, 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown. Is this the flip? Um, this is all I would do. And let's see what else. I have a momentum scan. This is basically what you see here. Okay, this is the momentum scan that you see here, momentum up. And I show people how you can flip it to get the momentum down. I can go over that again. I think it's worthwhile knowing how to flip a scan. Flipping a scan is just basically if you're looking for stocks with essentially the same price range and volume, etc., moving up, and then you want the same scan, but those same sort of stocks moving down. Well, instead of having to, whoa, there's the noggin, guys. There's the NOGN. So instead of having to recreate a scan from scratch, you can flip it. And that's what I've done. And I'll show you that later. So anyway, there are my scans. So if you decide you would like to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then when you click on it, then you can use this code. Now, when you click on this, when you click on Get Trade Ideas, it's not going to show you this code, but use Easter 25. Obviously, you'll get 25% off, because I think what you'll see, okay, that code is gone, so that's good. But the Easter 25 is still working. Okay, this may be the last day to get 25% off. I'm trying to be a used car salesman, but but it might be the last day. Yeah. So Jack, I'm obviously not talking just to you. I'm talking to everybody. Oops, what happened there? Ooh, what happened here? Just give me a moment. Phew, everything got jumbled on my other monitor. Okay, so how to use this to trade? Well, first of all, Kumar, are you a new trader? Are you new to trading? Sorry, guys, I'm having a trouble getting rid of all this. Escape. Ugh. Pepe, help. So, Kumar, are you a new trader? Not just new to trade ideas, but are you a new trader? And I apologize, I can't get rid of this. I can't get rid of this. I can't type anything. It's all highlighted in blue, and hitting escape doesn't help. I've not seen this before. There's something going on. Let's see here. Nope. I can see the you can see posts anyway, but I can't type anything. Chat. Wow. What's going on? I may have to exit and come back in. It's not going to boot everybody out, but I might have to do that. I can do something here. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, okay. So I just refreshed. Okay. Took me out. I just was worried that I was going to knock everybody out. Okay. So you can, guys can hear me. I'll get the screen back. Okay. We should be good to go again, guys. Don't know what happened there, but we should be good to go. You guys should be able to hear me. I know the YouTubers could, but in the main room. Okay, good. Okay. So I was trying to answer, I think it was Kumar. So Kumar, can you hear me? You asked a question about how do you use this to trade? Well, first of all, I have to know what level of trading experience do you have in the first place? If you can hear me. Maybe he can't hear me. I know you guys can hear me, but maybe he's got me on mute. Hard to help if you can't hear me. Look at AI, man, oh man, did it ever take a beating here? Speaking of AI, so our AI found Noggin at 213. Bit choppy to begin with for sure. In fact, if you take, there's the candle. So, you would have been in a loss for a bit. If we had held on though, now this is up 14.6%. Okay. So again, using the AI like a watch list. Okay, so you can hear me, right? Well, you can say there is a Discord server, but there's hardly anybody there. I do have it open, but there's hardly anybody there. Let me see. There's six lone souls. You're in the main room, okay? But I have to ask, can you hear me? All right, guys. I'll wait to see if Kumar can answer me, but going forward, so the next key level for this noggin is 260. Okay, here's okay, cheap one, guys. LIFW is showing up here, but I don't like it. Why don't I like it? Because if you look left, there looks like there's a ton of resistance around, between there and 110. So I don't like it. Well, I'll just say in general what trade ideas is, okay? How do you use it to trade and all that? So what we are a scanner. So I showed you the scans that I am sharing, but we also have scans here from our toolbar. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on the show more, I want to show you the momentum channel. I see what happened. Remember, I put a price alert for NG at 616. So that's what happens. You minimize your price alerts window, okay? And then when you get a price alert, it pops up on your screen. If you sort it on the triggered time column, you'll see it right at the top then. And you can even put a sound alert on it so you cannot miss it. You cannot miss it. So let me click on the momentum channel. So as I said, this momentum up is essentially this one right here, okay? So this is the one I'm sharing on my homepage. And there it is. So this is what Trade Ideas is really all about. I right click and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. Lots and lots of screeners out there. Okay, this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, the filters. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. This is the screening, and that's the scanning, real-time alerts. Okay, that's what Trade Ideas does really well. Now, you can create your own scans, of course. I mean, we've created, that's why, the idea would be to go through the different scans or the different channels. They're all theme-based channels and check out some of the scans we've created for you. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I right click in this alert window and click on configure, instead of summary this time, I will click on search. Now, do not get hung up on how many real-time alerts we have. I'm going to scroll through them all. Scroll all the way down. And when we get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Why do we have so many? So you can see ELOCs just showed up here. Just showed up. Why do we have so many? Well, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So They had to create enough alerts and filters so that for the thousands of customers that we have and all the different trading styles there are out there, that they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to make your own scan. Okay. So don't get hung up. You don't have to learn them all. I don't know. I probably use 0.5% of these. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that. And you can see why ELOC showed up. I don't have a 5-minute chart up here, but or a 1-minute chart, but you can just see the volume probably burst. That's a 15-minute. Okay, so ELOC says burst right there. So how do you use it to trade? Well, now the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, it's not so you have to have some basis for trading. You have to have a plan. Do you want to be a momentum type trader? Do you want to be a pullback type trader? You have to have some kind of a plan. This is not a program that just because you get an alert, you just take the trade. You have to have a sense of what's going on, maybe with the market. You have to have an idea about, okay, if I take this trade right now, where could it go to before it stops? That's why you always hear me talk about looking left on a daily chart and a weekly chart. I'm always looking for the next highs to see where could it stall. Could it stall at that next high? Could it stall at the 200-day moving average? Where is that 200-day moving average? Where is the VWAP? This is why you've got to practice trading. And you can practice trading using our simulator. Our simulator, this window is called Brokerage Plus, and you just load it from here, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. And this window will show up. You may have different column headers, but in essence, that's what you'll see. It'll say Not Connected, and you just click on Sim. There's two options underneath the Brokerage Plus. One is Live, one is Sim. Live, you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? But I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So important for people starting out, okay? What you're seeing here, these are a couple of simulated trades that I haven't got out of. This is a short of GME that I've had for a couple of weeks now. This is one I was demonstrating yesterday, YS, just showing how to use the simulator. When you click on Sim, that not connected will change to account. You click on account and then it'll change to, and then you just click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Okay, when you click on an alert, when you click on a symbol, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's your bid ask. You click buy and then you send it. So I cannot emphasize enough practice trading before you commit money to the market. And if you sit in on Michael's 12 to 1 stint in YouTube while I take my break, you're going to hear him hammer home that point. First of all, you got to practice, but you have to have a plan. Some of my things in my plan can be just as to start off with. I mean, well, over the course of trading for a few years, I'm comfortable in a certain price range. That price range doesn't have to be your price range. I'm comfortable with a certain amount of volume. Doesn't have to be yours. Okay, but those are the sort of things that I look at. So when you say can Holly place live trades, you're talking about auto trading. Do not auto trade the AI. Okay, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, I know there is an ability to do it, but we're going to be discontinuing that. Okay, so if you can hear me, Jack, don't auto trade the AI. It's that simple. The best way to use the AI is as a watch list, in my opinion. Okay, you get the alert. There's no mad rush. If I thought auto trading was the way to go, I would auto trade everything. Okay. You know, I consider myself a pretty experienced trader. I would never auto trade because I always want to be able to click on the alert and just check out to see, okay, what's happening, size it up, and I can size up things pretty quickly. What's the market doing? Where could it go until it hits the next high? Is the 200-day move? I'm just looking at EBIX right now. Is the 200-day moving average in its way? Is the VWAP in its way? And I can size all that up pretty quickly, and then I can make up my mind if I want to trade it. Am I going to get hung up on, yeah, but I got the alert at 18.19 and now it's at 18.24? Well, I'm not in it. I'm not in trades to make 2 or 3 cents. Okay, so I'd rather see what the setup is quickly, and then I can make up my mind if I'm going to trade. So there is no auto trading in my life ever. I mean, look at the noggin, the NOGN from the AI. Okay, so the alert happened at 9:40. Okay, it happened right here. There's the blue arrow. There's a candle that happened on 9:40. Look what it did afterwards. It got down to $2, 203. Got down to 208. It was chopping around. You could have waited a long time, 30 minutes, 40 minutes before you said, you know what? I don't mind taking this trade, now, right that 225 mark. Yeah, it's not at 213, but it depends where you put your stop in, so that it could still be a very profitable on a risk reward basis trade. It got up to 250. I would hope if a person took that trade that they're just not hanging on hoping it's going to get back up there. So that's why I'm saying you've got to have some trading experience. But you can wait. You don't there In my opinion, there's no mad rush to take any trade ever. If something is moving so quickly that you can't get in, so be it. I mean, it's going to happen every now and then, of course. But don't let it ruin your day. And I'm not talking to you, Hijack. Okay. You might think I'm just talking specifically to you. I'm just talking in general. So let me talk a little bit about the anchored VWAP. And this is why, I mean, if you are interested in the anchored VWAP, and this is an add-on, $49 add-on. Let me just put this anchored VWAP link in. But before you sign up, you should go into our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Michael Knotts will be there. He is the originator of all of the strategies. Okay, and let me show you what I'm talking about. First of all, when you click on the anchored VWAP link that I put in there, is what you're going to see. Okay, so you can take a look at this particular this is you can watch this on YouTube, get a little bit about it. It's going to give you an idea about what the anchored VWAP is all about. Okay, so before you purchase it, I would first of all you have to know if you want it, and this is what it's going to look like. You'll have access. There's a channel. If you click on new, and then docked channel bar, and then anchored VWAP, and again you'll see a little pop up. How to use it, etc. You have to be on the latest version, well, the latest beta, 5.6.46. But this is what it looks like. These are the strategies that Michael has created. So again, I know I'm nagging here, but you have questions about any of this, like how to use this. So what? I click on Moderna. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Well, Michael will be there between 12 and 1 in a YouTube room. So this is what's called an anchored VWAP pinch daily. And what happens is when you click on an alert, I clicked on Moderna, mRNA. These lines are automatically drawn for you, and this is where he set the anchor on the top and the anchor on the bottom, and this is the pinch. As these lines get closer and closer, as a pinch. Here it is on the weekly chart. So the theory is that if Moderna broke above, that could present a long, and if it broke below, that could present a short. But ask him, what am I supposed to do? I click on tallow. Am I going to click through all these? How am I going to use these? This is a pullback to IPO anchored VWAP, but he's got others. If I right click in this here and hover or click on strategy, hover over strategy, and then you'll see hover down or go down to aid VWAP, and you can see the ones that he has created so far. He's going to be creating more. One of them will be an intraday anchored VWAP pinch. Okay. So don't ask me questions, okay, about how to use it. I'm not a big, I'm going to be way more interested in the intraday one. But now's your opportunity in about 45 minutes to ask him questions about it, okay? Nope, it's not grandfathered. It is an add-on. And well, you can ask questions about that also because I know Michael is going to be creating more, not just anchored VWAP, but more types of scans that will be more like add-ons, sort of like a marketplace. And some of the things is, if the anchored VWAP idea isn't part of your trading plan, then it's okay. Nobody's trying to, insist that you use the anchored VWAP. Meanwhile, OP continues to inch its way down for me. And this one at 896 on the short showed up right after that in the 10-day daily breakdown at 892. And as I said, if it got close to 9, I was out of the trade. So I had about a 4-cent stop on it. So, 896 now down to 872. What's that, 24 cents? That's like a 1 for 6 risk reward. And if you notice in this particular scan I've got, not too many alerts. And that's what I like about it. And why? Because I put one filter in here is really preventing a lot of stocks from coming in. And that is this one right there. The current volume is at least 8. So what that means is it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, so that's what was, but that's what I wanted. I don't want to see a lot of alerts. And does it mean just because I get an alert, I take the trade? Of course not. Again, the program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas. And you can see Opie. I knew about Opie. You were in, at 9 o'clock when I start my pre-market show. Opie was one of the stocks that I talked about. I didn't know it was going to do this, but I mean, that's one of the stocks I talked about. Iris, it's on my homepage, right on my homepage. If you go to my homepage, you can have it. You just go to the scan section. So click on my homepage and scroll down and click on the scan section. Now I've broken it up into the individual ones. Okay, so it's not going to be docked like this with all 4. I broke them out into the individuals. Okay, some people don't necessarily want to short, so You can pick and choose what you want. The DR just means don't repeat. So what this is telling me is that the first time I had an alert for OP, the time was 10:31, the price was 8.92. Then I look left. Every time OP makes a new low, yay, I'm going to hear it. I'm going to see it. But this lets me know, okay, what happened after that very first alert? Well, it's called the 10-day daily breakdown. 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout right there. Okay. And it's probably my favorite one with the OP because it's also an all-time low. Okay. It's an all-time low. So there's nothing holding it up. I don't know where it's going, but there's obviously nothing holding it up on the chart because it's an all-time low. No, eventually it'll stop going down, but yeah, getting set maybe to take a little profit on the OP and see if it delays a little bit here. All right, guys. So 11:17. I do want to confirm. I've been talking about Michael Noss forever. Well, forever, but today I just do want to make sure it is him. Okay, guys. I did take some out at 870 area for the OP from 896 on the short. Let's see what happens from here. I'm not. If you took that short, I'm not saying to do the same thing. Okay, so WW now is kind of holding that VWAP, I think. Yeah, the 590. So it's kind of holding the VWAP again. So, I mean, I still have a price alert set for around 623 and see if it takes that out later on and see if people are still interested in that $13 price target put on by Goldman Sachs. Okay, there's a little bit of lull in the action for me right now. So I like to do this once a week and just talk a little bit about money management, especially for those of you who are new to trading, which is super, super important. Let's take a look at Take a look at this one, NOGN. Let's just say you looked at this. Okay, it's pulling back a little bit. Maybe that VWAP's going to hold, and you want to take this trade. Okay? And this is just for demonstration purposes. Why isn't it loading? Give me a moment. Oh, not connected. That's why. Okay, so there's NOGN. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. So I'm going to buy, click the buy, and then I'm going to send it, and you'll see NOGN. My entry was at 228. I'm going to add a stop. I'm going to put my stop at 208, and there is a reason for that. I'm trying to make the math super simple. So a couple of things have happened. Before I take a trade, and Michael Noss will talk about this. You've got to have a plan. Why are you taking the trade? Okay. And I have like a checklist. And if I cannot check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. I kind of went over a little bit of it. It has to be in a certain price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't matter what my preferences are. You have to develop your own style of trading. So let's just say though, I look at it and I go, yep, I can check every box. I want to take the trade. It looks like when I look left, there's enough room that it could keep going before it hits the next high or a simple the 200-day moving average, things like that. So I've sized all that up and I'm going to take the trade. But the next thing is, if the trade doesn't work, where am I going to get out of the trade? Like just because I think a trade should work doesn't doesn't absolutely mean it's going to work, of course. So that's my stop. So I put the stop at $2.08. I wanted to make it simple, like in terms of the math. Typically, how I do put my stops is, I'll size up a chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, usually a 15-minute chart, and where I see what I would consider maybe a lot of support. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, that would be my stop. Now, if I were starting out though, because my idea of where a support is on a chart may be different from yours, it's not, it's not 100% scientific. What is 100% scientific? If you use the low of say the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Maybe use that. Practice using maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay. Now, so that's if you get the idea that okay, not every trade's going to work, where are you going to get out if it doesn't work? The next step is, well, how many shares are you going to take? Hopefully, it makes sense that if you have, say, a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 each trade. You could get wiped out in 5 trades if you lose, right? So, what I like to do in the simulator is demonstrate risking $100 on the trade. And that's why I took 500 shares. Again, to make the math simple. I got in at 228. I purposely put the stop at 208, which is 20 cents away. You notice when I added the stop, it says approximately minus 100 on the chart. And that's because I took 500 shares. If 500 shares, if I lose and I allow it to hit that stop price, 500 times 20 cents that I'm risking is $100. Okay. So I do not Barry, I'm sorry, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dependent on the difference in my entry and my stop. Again, I made it simple in this case, 20 cents. But if the stop had been 10 cents away, I could have taken 1,000 shares if I'm risking $100. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet so that, and then you just enter your entry price, your stop price, and that'll calculate. And assuming you no, the other thing is I risk the same amount per trade. I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I risk about the same every single trade. So you can easily set up an Excel spreadsheet and that'll calculate how many shares you take. So that's why, I mean, there's a lot to trading. That's why you got to practice. Use a simulator. Practice using the simulator. The next step, obey your stop. Very sometimes, well, first of all, practice in the simulator. And until you can make money in the simulator, do not commit money to the market. Okay, it's that simple. Now, unfortunately, just because if you can make money in the simulator doesn't absolutely translate to making money when you start trading live. You know, emotions come in, there could be some slippage, things like that, but especially emotions. You know, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You start second guessing where you put your stop, even if it's the low of the previous 5 minute candle. You start thinking, but wait a minute, this setup was so good. There's even news. News is not one reason why I take a trade. It's a bonus. Okay, but there's even news. And yet it starts drifting down to your stop price and you get very stubborn and you don't obey it. So now your $100 loss starts turning into two, three, four, $500 before you finally sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop and taking a far bigger loss than you should have. And you guys who've been in the room many years know what I'm going to say next. Almost as worth not obeying your stop, being down two, three, four, $500, and then it does, and not obeying it, and then it does turn around for you, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you say to yourself, "Wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But in my opinion, if you want to control your risk in a call it a more professional way, you've got to obey your stops. You can always get back into a trade. You know, commissions used to be a reason why, commissions used to be so expensive that it was really tough to, kind of get in and out of trades because I mean your commissions would just chew you up. The commissions are either free for some brokers or half a cent a share for interactive brokers. It's not an excuse. That's not an excuse for not getting out of a trade. And sometimes what happens is, the setup was excellent. You get into the trade and maybe maybe your trade is a little more market dependent and something happens to the market, some news hits or the market all of a sudden sells off. Okay, so be it. But maybe the market settles down or something else happened and maybe you can always get back into the trade. If it sets up again in a very similar way, you can always try again. Okay, so that's all I can say is I don't teach trading so much. But, money management is so critical. How about that OP trade? Wow, this is making my day. I know I took some off at the 870 mark, but this is making my day. I don't use L2 data. No, I don't use level two. And you know what? If a person uses level two and they find they can use it to their advantage, so be it. That's great. I'm not here to tell anybody don't use level two because I don't. I just find too many games are played on level two. They put big bids in or big or on the ask and they just yank them. So I don't really pay attention to it. Again, that's not to say if you can find a way to use level two to your advantage, go for it. I know there are some people that use level two. I think on the cheaper stocks, there may be a way. I don't know, but it just I used to look at level two like everybody else. Oh, you must use level two. You've got to know. You got to see those big bids and ask where are they. And I just found it after a while. You'd see a big bid come in, and then all of a sudden it disappears, or a big offer comes in, it just disappears. So anyway, I don't use it. Just found it was just not necessary for me. But again, if a person can find a way to use level two to their advantage, absolutely. People ask, how come you don't use MACD? How come you don't use stochastics? How come you don't do this? How come you don't do that? I'm a very simple trader, very simple trader. It's really price and volume, and that's about it. Yes, I I'm aware of the VWAP now, and of course, the 200-day moving average. But again, because I don't do something doesn't mean that that's not my recommendation to do the same as me. If a person can use MACD or RSI or stochastics or any one of the thousands of indicators that are out there, and you can use them and you're making money, keep doing it. But I mean, this OP trade is just, I'm not patting myself on the back. The software alerted me to it even before this 892. The only thing I can pat myself on the back on is the ability to take the trade. And why? After seeing this 10-day daily breakdown and the breakout, for several years now, I have a lot of confidence. Do they all work? Of course not. But Paul, you see, that's what I'm saying. In terms of the level two, I just find that those big bids or asks, they can get yanked just like that. Too many games are played. But listen, that's just me. Okay, that is just me. I would never tell somebody if they're using level two and they feel very comfortable doing it, keep doing it. Yeah, thank you, Steph. Somebody saying thanks for the trading psychology speech. I mean, some people get a little bent out of shape because I try to do it once a week. And yes, I mean, if you've heard it, before, sure, I know it can be boring, but understand that this is there's two aspects of this trading room. Yes, I like to point out opportunities and I'll take trades myself, of course, but I'm also trying to show people how you can use the software. And then I think money management is critical. So, I mean, you can put me on mute, those of you who've heard it over and over and over again, you can put me on mute for the 15 minutes. But I do think it is very important. Too many new people just have no idea what to do. And that's why we have a simulator. And our simulator, by the way, uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, you can use our simulator. All you need is our standard service. And now you have to be using our downloadable application. Okay. If you're using our web-based version, both the racing and the simulator is not available, are not available. You don't seem to apply it. Well, that's then there are some books out there, of course, the which are not so much trading books. I always forget the guy's name. Mark, what's his name? It's more the psychology of trading. Why do we do what we do? Hey, listen, I mean, it's hard. Trading is extremely hard. This is not, if you hear somebody saying they're an overnight success, don't believe them. I mean, can a person get lucky on a trade? Of course so. Of course they can. Mark Douglas, thank you, Pepe. I did read his book. I mean, it's years and years and years ago, but it's more about the psychology. It's not so much trading style or patterns, or it doesn't go over all that, but it's more the psychology of trading. And that's what it's called, Patrick. Yeah, trading in the zone. Mark Douglas, trading in the zone. I mean, listen, I grew up, I've been trading for quite a few years now, and I remember the days in which you had to pay, two, three, four, $500 in commissions in and out. I mean, Not a lot of day trading going on then. It was a certain percentage. I mean, it was crazy when I think back about those days. Yeah, iJack. I should. Yeah. So there's a YouTube room, which is in essence the same as what there are, but there's another room, and there's more action in it. There are more traders in there. Okay, there are more traders in there, and you can interact with more traders. So that's the link for the room. People go to YouTube. It's easier. I mean, you just click on a link and you're basically in. The other room, it takes a few clicks. I have to do it also every day. Okay, but it looks like this. Okay, there are more traders. There's some tabs in here, question tabs, general market talk, specific stocks, but there are more traders in the room and more ideas. Yeah, well, you just click on the link. This is what it'll look like. Just click on the link. You have to go to our homepage. It'll take you to our homepage, and you'll get into the room. Nothing special. Wow, where is this OP going? This is what's really nice about this one is how orderly it's been all the way down. Yeah, via the phone. Absolutely. Okay, somebody mentioned HKD earlier. So HKD is insanely whippy, so you've got to be awfully careful. For those that don't know, this stock could hit $2,500. Okay. It was completely nonsensical. This is back in August of last year, hit $2,500. Okay, and every now and then it has a day like today, not back to 2,500, but it'll have a day like today. So even though the float is not crazy, crazy low, you just have to be awfully careful with this HKD. And it will be Michael. Yeah, it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. So I just confirmed that. Now, something about my stops also. Where I put my stops, that's the absolute worst I want to do on a trade. Okay. With the risk. So in here, I'm risking $100. Okay. But if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before my stop. Okay. And that's the way I trade. If something happens, maybe the market turns around on me or something happens, I just don't like the way it's trading. I will get out before my stop, but the stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay, Kumar. I was trying to talk to you, but I don't know if you could hear me. Okay, good. Because you sort of asked the question quite a while ago. How can I use this to trade? So I use a mental stops PS25. Now, one of the reasons why I use mental stops, I am rarely in more than two trades at the same time. Rarely, okay? I can't remember the last time I was in three trades at the same time. So consequently, I like to manage the trades on my own, okay? The only time but I actually can't remember the last time, is I'll put a hard stop in is if I don't know if I get if I'm in a trade that I think is relatively calm, like not one of these low floaters, and so and for some reason I have to get away from my computer, maybe I'll put in a hard stop. But typically, no, because I'm only now, if I were in 10 trades at the same time, which, just will never happen, yeah, you'd probably have to be putting in hard stops because it'd be almost impossible to, have 10 charts going at the same time and watching quickly to see what's happening. Now, Denver is making a good point though. If even if you're only in one or two trades at the same time, but you're having a tough time obeying your stops, then okay, put in hard stops. If you have that that mental problem of not obeying your stops, it's coming down like right here, okay? Looking at this NOGN, this is in the simulator, and if it gets close, and I looked at that and it got to 208 and I said, it'll probably come back. Now it's at 207. Now it's at 2. Yeah, but it's going to come back. Now it's at $1.90. It's got to come back. If you have a problem like that, then absolutely at the big, I would then have to have hard stops, because that takes all the emotion out of it. Yeah, well, if you have a tough time obeying your stops, then yeah, then use hard stops. And don't get frustrated if, you get taken out and then it comes right back up. It's going to happen. Now, if you keep getting stopped out of trades, then you have to sort of analyze a couple of things. You know, like where you're putting your stops or why are you getting into the trade in the first place? I mean, is it really setting up the way the way, or are you sort of fudging it a bit? As I say, I have things I've got to check and they've all got to be checked. So if I have six things I've got to check, they've all got to be checked. It's not five out of six. It's not five and a half out of six. It's six out of six. If that's what I have. Now, don't go crazy. And well, I've got to have 20 things that have to be checked before I'll take a trade. Then you'll never take a trade. Okay. Help with PBTS. Yeah, so this is way outside of my comfort zone, Kumar. I don't trade anything this cheap. Okay. I rarely trade anything under $1. Okay. So this is way outside. I'm amazed it's still on NASDAQ. So I can't, there's nothing I can do. I mean, it's not trading really. It's well, it's traded 5 million shares, but it really hasn't budged. So, there are others who may, and I look at this daily chart and it, to me personally, just looks like a mess. So, but somebody else may have a different idea. All right, guys. So 11:45. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Okay. Michael is not there yet. He'll be there in about 15 minutes. And again, if you've got questions about the anchored VWAP, now's your time. Okay. You'll have him, he'll be there for 1 hour. And it doesn't have to be just that. If you have other questions, but Michael is a very different trader from me. He's not an active day trader. Okay, he's way more of a swing trader. He's way more conservative. You'll hear him say that. He doesn't have the patience to stare at a computer all day long. And that's fine. That's why we've got five different traders for Monday through Friday in our YouTube room, and all slightly different styles. This wasn't a bad short for the AI. Look at this, 1065, 993 now. So not liking the way this not, so I just wanted to show you, these are some hotkeys that we have, okay? So if I flatten the trade, so I highlight what I want to get out of, I just flatten it, and that'll get me out of the trade, the NOGN, okay? Or I could have got out of half my position, or I could have doubled it. I mean, very, very few hotkeys, but there they are. Boy, this WW has been kind of all over the place, and argument to be made that it's been holding the VWAP. Some little bottoming tails underneath it, but it's been kind of holding the VWAP. All right, guys. Let's see. Well, this looks pretty weak. This kidney, Chinook, KDNY. This looks pretty weak, guys. 2076. If it takes this out right here, I mean, this looks like, I mean, when you look left on the weekly chart, it's got a little bit of room to the 1978 level. So this KDNY looks, I can't do it now because I'll be on my break, but this looks really interesting if it breaks down a little bit more. KDNY. Look how this one was. I mean, look, yeah, big jump up to 1048 and then all the way back down to I mean, these are big percentage moves. So on a phone, Luis, it's really not. Yeah, I mean, it's too much going on. I mean, you can have it on an iPad or a tablet. Yes, you have to be using our web-based version, though. Our web-based version, I mean, it's not bad. It's not as robust as the downloadable application. You don't have access to. You can't practice trading in a simulator, but you can use it on a tablet for sure. But on a phone, it's just too small. But yeah, we do have a web-based version. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the web-based version as close to the downloadable application as possible. I don't know what it takes to get this Brokerage Plus in there because I think that's so important for people starting out, to have a simulator. I just don't know what it takes technically. So, this I haven't gone really over the races. What I'm doing is I'm running sector races. So, you can see XLF, the financials. You can see how, financials, you can see the Dow, which is probably heavily in financial stocks. NAS is more tech. And so tech is down, NAS is up. So a little bit of disconnect right now in the market between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. All right, guys, Michael is going to be about 8 minutes from now. What's the argument? No, probably just laziness. I mean, again, because I'm only in a couple of trades at the same time, max, I just like to be able to manage the trade on my own rather than having to set the hard stop and then readjusting it if I want to get earlier, things like that. So it's probably just, I don't know, call it laziness. I just, I'm just so used to watching a trade, and it'll never get below my stop. I shouldn't say never. I mean, obviously there are things that could happen if all of a sudden some devastating news hits and it gets, takes you out and gets right through your stop at the same time. But that could happen even if you had a hard stop. Yeah, the banks this week. It's Wells Fargo, WFC. I think Goldman is next week. I may be wrong. April 14th is yeah. So I think Goldman is next week. I may be wrong. Yeah, Goldman is next week. So we'll start to get, yeah, we'll definitely be getting into earnings season. I don't care so much the first 2 or 3 weeks of earnings season aren't as interesting to me as maybe weeks 4, 5, and 6. The reason is, I mean, because I don't trade Apple, I don't trade all the big guys. Everybody waits for those earnings. Yeah, of course they affect the market, etc. I'm more interested in the stocks that, the stocks that really you don't hear too much about until they have earnings. So every 3 months, and some of these stocks, they can go crazy, either up or down. And those to me are the more interesting ones. That's me, of course. Okay, guys. So now I am just waiting for Michael to show up. Yeah, so the question is typically, do I get out as soon as it flashes your stop price, or if it pops back up, do you stay in the trade? Well, it depends on what you mean by flashes. I mean, you're right. Sometimes you'll get some, I may not even be able to act quickly enough, right? And then it may pop up. It rarely happens for me. Listen, I mean, the Lucy is a good example, though. The Lucy is a really good example of something that could have been worse. I mean, I got into this one, up in this area here on that 415, and it started moving. And when it got back down to where I bought it, I think it was actually 420 where I bought it, and it got down to the 415. That's where I got a little nervous and I got out because of this, what happened before. And then right after that, it moved down quickly. But even if I put in a hard stop, there's no guarantee I would have been able to get taken out of all the shares I had. But I typically don't mess around. If it hits my stop, I'm out, and if it pops right back up again, I don't. It really doesn't. Well, I mean, does it bother me? Sure, we're human. You can go, darn, why did that happen? But there's always another trade. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, and now I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. All right, guys. Forgot I am still live in our YouTube room. Look at this Look at this ADPT. Boy, this is just getting crushed here. Trying to see if there's any specific reason for this ADPT to be dropping as severely as it is. When you look left on the daily chart, there is a little bit of, well, it's below that area, 722, and then down here it's 7.
Hey, Barry.
I hear you. You're pulling a Barry.
How are you doing?
That is kind of creepy.
Yeah, isn't it?
It
You
is
just mind your
creepy.
own business, and
Yeah. I
all
didn't
of
hear
a
the little
sudden,
ping though. Normally I hear the ping when somebody comes into the room.
oh, maybe I found a way around it. Maybe I could
You
be in
did,
here
yeah.
any time without you knowing.
Oh my God, no. Look at this little OPI short I'm in, Michael.
Shorting. That's evil.
It is evil.
OPI. Ooh.
And that's
Yeah.
that's on the 9 break. So it's not like I got in the pre-market or anything, but I had about a 6-cent stop on it, and in at 896, a 4-cent stop, 896, and just a tremendous risk reward. Had news this morning. and it's an all-time low though. Those are the ones that really, really attract me when they're just
Well,
sinking and it's an all-time
you
low. And
got to think there's a lot of there's a lot of stops probably placed near all-time lows, that kind of stuff. And you're right. It's there's been tons of study done on what would happen is you just bought stocks that hit all-time highs and then shorted stocks that hit all-time lows, and just that simple concept, you beat the pants like every year off the S&P 500. So
Mhm.
makes sense. And I'm not a fundamental guy, but you got to think like Office Properties Income Trust. I'm just reading the name. You know,
Yeah.
who the hell, like, commercial real estate's got to be done for, or at least going to have a real rough time with everyone working from home now and all this.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, it was but the other reason I think for today anyway is that they bought a company and the market's not liking it. So it's that's what I saw in the pre-market. I always look. I know you don't look at the news, but
Yeah.
I always like to see, is there a reason why something is happening? And in this
Hmm.
particular case, they bought a company and the market's not liking it. It's that simple.
Well, and that's generally speaking, that's all you need to know, is that it's what's the
Exactly.
trend and how it's moving. And yeah, it was that was a hell of a breakdown. And
Hmm.
those kind of breakdowns are interesting because if you're looking at the daily chart here, there was all these bottom fishers that probably said,
Yep.
okay, well, it had that bad day, but now the bottom's in. Now let's buy this thing that's still obviously in a downtrend, but let's just buy it
Hmm.
and hope it works out. And now you've got all those people underwater and needing to cover too. So anytime you see like the punishment of what's an obvious dip buyer, you're usually on the right side of it.
Yeah, well, that's been my probably, if I had to say what my most my best trades are, is that the 10-day daily breakdown when a stock is also making an all-time low. If I had to just do one thing for the rest of my life, and you don't get too many of them every day, but if I had to do just one thing, that would probably be it.
Well, that's interesting. I
Yeah.
just probably don't need the. Do you have a cloud link for that? I'm just wondering if the Market Explorer could make that better, but that's probably a pretty simple,
Yeah,
pretty clean trade.
it's in my homepage.
Yeah.
It's called the 10-day daily breakdown, and then there's a 10-day daily breakout. But I
Yep.
found that the 10-day daily breakdown is the one that, you when it's an all-time low, especially.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the
Cool.
other one, when it works well, is also though if I look left, and so it's not an all-time low, but there might be like $4 or $5 until the next low. Well, that also is super attractive for me.
Well, yeah, because you're gonna have all the dip buyers kind of abandon hope, right? And say,
Yep.
okay, there's now no support for this thing. Let me move and move on from my life, kind of thing.
Well, I always say, I mean, there are dip buyers, but I'll say, okay, you first, because like,
Yeah.
where is that bottom? I mean, we never
Yeah.
really know where that bottom is, and so you go first, and maybe I'll follow if I see a little bit of a jump, but you first.
No, and that's the Jesse Livermore quote of the bottom 20% and the top 20% is the most expensive to try to grab, right? You just want that.
Exactly.
And give me that little bit out of the middle. That's the easy part, and I'll just take that all day long.
So, Michael, listen, I have built you up as Mr. Anchored VWAP, so I hope you get some
Uh-oh.
questions. I say to people, don't ask me the questions. You've got Tuesday between 12 and 1 every Tuesday.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Well, I'm here. I'm here for them.
Oh, here. Can you go to 1 or do you have to leave early?
Nope, normal time's fine.
Okay. We'll see you in about an hour then.
All right. Have a good one.
I will.
Okay, ladies and that the teacher's gone. We can party. Um, Sorry, just putting on my music here. All right. So, for people who are new to the room, essentially what we do is we have an hour devoted every single day to question and answer. Give Barry some time to rest his voice and go to the pub 24 years consecutively. And I will be here for that hour. So, if you have any questions about trade ideas, trading in general, anything like that, let me know. Just FYI, I don't do this very often, but I'll introduce myself. I'm Michael Noss. I mainly focus on the swing side of things, and then I look for um, a lot of quantitative stuff. I do a lot of the scan building and algo building and that kind of things around trade ideas. I guess I'm the resident math nerd. Sure. So first question, can you talk with the AVWAP pinch? So just FYI, I have two videos recorded, one for the AVWAP pinch scans and one for the AVWAP pullback scans. I have those recorded. I recorded them yesterday, so I'm just going to edit them up at some point today or tomorrow, and then we'll have those out to you. So that will be a good way to kind of explain that. But um, break it out. Let's find a nice clean one. EWJ, which is interesting because that's Japan as a whole. And let me actually, I'm just going to duplicate this and I'm going to remove all the other indicators just to make it easier for you guys to see just the anchored VWAP. So now, if you want to learn like in depth about anchored VWAP, uh, I'm not the guy, right? I'm the guy internally because I kind of built all this stuff, but I highly recommend. Let me turn around and grab it because I always forget the full name. Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, published by Brian Shannon. Highly recommend his book. Basically, all of the scans come from this book, and the add-on product. So if people don't know what we're talking about and how to get to this, there's an add-on product. You need at least to be a standard Trade Ideas member. And then from that, you have for less than $2 a day, a addition to that so that you can access these anchored view app scans and then anything that I'm building going forward. So I've gone longer term and we've got weekly. I'm actually going to add in monthly of all of the scans that you see. And then we're going to go in and I'm going to do some intraday stuff. So that should be out by the end of the month, some more intraday. It won't be a single day, but it will be more, using 15-minute charts and stuff like that. Again, as is talked about in the book. So TLDR, we all know, or at least most of us know, the intraday VWAP, where the VWAP is anchored to the beginning of the day, and that's just kind of drawn out as an indicator. It's probably for day traders the most common, if not one of the most common indicators that are out there. And the idea is pretty simple that that represents the average price that was traded for that day. And there's a lot of algorithms that will play around that price. It's a way that uh, execution brokers will basically be determined whether they got a good price or not, right? If I go, hey, Phil, I would call my execution broker Phil. I need you to buy me, I don't know. We're looking at this EWJ right now. I need you to buy me 2 million shares of EWJ. Well, it looks like this only does like a million or two a day. So no one can just go in and buy that amount, right? And, if you're wise to all the crazy conspiracy theories out there, you think they've got some sort of like secret network where they can place all the, no, it all has to take place on the open market. Even with dark pools, they exist on the open market as well, right? Um, the, um, the idea essentially being that they need to figure out how they're going to judge whether or not Phil got me a good price or not. So this we're all talking intraday at this point, right? If the VWAP is at 57.50 and he bought me in at 58, well, he got me a worse price because the VWAP was lower. Now, I bring him into my office and he could explain why and all those things, but I'm not going to be super happy. But if the VWAP is at 57.50 and he got me 57, well, then I'm happy because he saved me quite a bit on my trade, right? So I'm already in kind of a little bit of a better position as I took the trade than people who just kind of bought the closing price. So, anchored VWAP is no different, except it's anchored on different time frames. So the idea is what you look for is a VWAP that seems to have be presenting both as support and resistance, and basically showing you that there are so for this one, there are participants that are Epic Pen. There's participants that are buying this lower VWAP every time it gets near there or to there on EWJ on Japan as a country or as an index. Here, there seems to be buyers, right? We got almost there on this week, and then we bounced, and we got right there on that week, and then we bounced. And then you look for the same kind of resistance on the other side, and you have a little bit right here, and then it's been kind of above it ever or below it ever since. The idea being the very simple way that I kind of like to think about it, like to put it, is that you are quantifying a bear flag. Right? The idea is basically your average market participant from this high is the average buyer or the average seller from this high is sitting around 60 bucks. So they're still underwater. So the sentiment on this thing is still pretty bearish from those prior highs. But from the lows, your average buyer is right here. So the idea is eventually there's some sort of a fight that kind of takes place and you're looking for a breakout one way or the other. Now, for me, it's always going to be in the direction of the primary trend, just because that's the way that I trade. Like me and Barry were just shoot shit about on an intraday basis, trying to pick the bottoms, trying to pick the tops. That's really hard. So for me, I just kind of want to grab that meat in the middle. So for me, the idea is I'm just kind of going through and I'm saying, okay, well, what is I think HCMP is a buyout. Maybe I don't know. So basically, the lower right here, so on toll, for example, this lower AVWAP tells me that people that have bought the lows on tolls that happened in October, they're very happy. Sentiment's good there. Now, this is kind of a pinch because it's not able to get fully above the anchored VWAP from this high either, but you can see it's hanging out around there. So that's when you can kind of take traditional technical analysis and say, okay, well, if coal can close a week over 60 bucks, well, then it might be a good buy, and maybe it's going to come to this. And this is where you can add more VWAP analysis if you want. You can say, okay, well, are we over the VWAP from the all-time high? Yeah, we're above that as well. Okay, so really, if we can get and close over 60 bucks here on coal, there's not a lot that's kind of stopping us from getting maybe to 70 or maybe to all-time highs, right? Then again, if you go into the shorter pinch here on the daily, it'll be a lot of the same stuff. So like mRNA, for example, is something I'm watching on this one. Let's zoom into the daily chart from the short side, right? The idea being here is that ever since this thing broke down and started this downtrend, it's been unable to claim the anchored view up from the high. And look at what happened to it yesterday when it hit that level almost to the tick, and then it pulled off it pretty hard, closed, right about even. But it got there and it rejected that. Now it's the same kind of thing. We have this anchored view out from the low, and last time it got here, you can see it rejected that as well. So there's kind of like, you can think of it like a battle, right? These are the battle lines that are getting drawn and condensed. At some point, there has to be a kind of a decision made or a fight, and then there'll be a break one way or the other, and you'll end up. The idea is you end up taking that break. Now, again, for me, I'm just going to take this in the overall direction of the trend. And I'm going to say, okay, well, you could define trend by a lot of things. I just wrote an article. I'll post it in there in case anyone's interested. I wrote an article about how the slope of the 200 period moving average can be impactful on a day trading system. So you can look at this and say, okay, well, it's still sloping higher, so maybe I am going to look long. Or you could say it's trading below the 200-day moving average. Or again, if you've been trading for any length of time, you can just kind of pretty easily see that this is a downtrend. And yeah, your idea would be, okay, let me know when it kind of breaks below this AVWAP, and that will be my short. The other thing you could do, and I've seen people do this if you're an options guy, which I'm not, but people who like to sell like butterflies and things like that could say something like, well, if I think that, it's gonna just battle between these VWAPs for a while, I can sell, a call spread up here and a put spread down there, and maybe I can just kind of make the money from that. I think TALO actually looked pretty good. Yeah. When I was scanning through these last night, same kind of thing, right? We came right up to that AVWAP, broke through it a little bit, and then just rejected back down. And then the last time we hit this lower VWAP, you can see we broke that a little bit and then we rallied back up. So there's this battle going on. And then again, the question is who's going to win? Uh, and my answer is always just going to be what's the primary trend direction. So, like, here's one in ANAT that I'd actually be looking on the long side because it's well above. It tested this lower VWAP a few times, here and here and here. It's well above that. And then it's kind of struggling with this anchored VWAP from the top. So if I'm looking at this and saying, okay, well, it's putting in a little bit of a bull flag, I can either just take it as a traditional bull flag with a trend line or something, or if I want to quantify it a little more, I'll just say, okay, if it closes above this anchored VWAP, that's going to be my entry point. Because that tells me that the average, basically, if you started buying at the worst time, which is this high, then your that's the point where you be kind of up money. And Brian Chan talks about a lot in the book. And again, I'm butchering this, so I highly recommend the book. But that it can be used as a sentiment indicator, right? If you are breaking anchored VWAPs that are marked at highs over and over and over again, which you can kind of see here with ANAT, right? It did this, go back in time. This is what the anchored VWAP would have looked like, or the pinch would have looked like before, where it's got, the anchored VWAP from this high right here. And you can see how it struggles and struggles and struggles, and then it finally breaks out. But at the same time, it's holding the anchored VWAP from the lows. And then after that breakout, it goes on, a hell of a rip. And then now the same kind of patterns happening where it's still above the anchored view out from the lows, but it's kind of struggling at the one at the highs. So for me, a kind of a big close above that would be as well. And this is actually one that I was going to show. Um, TGTX is the same kind of thing, right? Now it broke a couple times and failed, but eventually when it gapped above it that much, that could have been your trigger to say, okay, it's cleared all of this mess. Let me get in, kind of thing, right? So, so hope that makes sense. Again, the very simplest way to put all of the to think about all of these scams, the year to date, the pinch, the pullback, all of it is that anchored VWAP acts as a level of support and resistance, a moving level of support and resistance. And it does so because of what I talked about before um, you know, a uh, as a way that institutions determine whether or not they got a good price on things. So that means that there's a lot of algorithms that get turned on that basically say, when it pulls back to this VWAP, I want you to start a buy program. And when it sells up to this VWAP, I want to start a sell program. We'll never know how long those buy programs or sell programs are going to continue or how much they're going to buy or sell. Of course, why would they? That would be like showing someone your hand in poker. It would never do that. But what the anchored VWAP does is kind of says, okay, this is an approximate area. Now, sometimes you'll see that it's just not respected at all. Like on Planet Fitness here, the year to date anchored VWAP, it didn't really care, it just chopped through it. Now, as we're coming back up to that, what you may want to do is you may want to zoom in on like a lower time frame or a 15-minute or something. And if you start to see it reject from there, then you go, okay, now it's acting as resistance. Let me take it. And then you're kind of playing on the side of these big boy algorithms. For me, I've been loving it. I've been absolutely loving it. It's as an old man, I don't add or remove things from my trading arsenal very much. Um, but this has definitely been one of those things that I've added and removed from. And then also I love the IPO one and the large gap. That's another one. But this is definitely something I've added to kind of my trading quiver of things that I like to look at, and will kind of continue to be that way for some time. So like TI strength, I'm working currently. I'm going to start back testing a version of TI strength that uses anchored VWAP as part of its calculation. Now, like any indicator, it's not a replacement for understanding math and understanding trend and why you're buying what you're buying and things like that. It can really be a good guide. Um, right? Hey, this pullback from this gap, this is actually one that I'm in. Why I bring this up. I got triggered in this a little bit below 14, not moving very much, not a crazy one. But what I noticed is when I was going through this scan is this is the anchored VWAP from this gap right here, which I think was an earnings gap. And then it pulled back and it held, and then it pulled back again 1, 2, 3 days in a row and kinda closed above. So every time it come down, it would just close above, and then it would come down, and then it would close above. Uh, that to me, I'm like, "Okay, this could be a good buy entry." So let me just have proof. I think I set my stop limit above, yesterday's high or the day before, so I can't remember. Just said, "Hey, if it if it breaks that, get me in." So I'd imagine, I haven't checked my accounts today, I've been too busy, but I was filled on this one today. Good stuff, thanks. No worries. Again, you want more questions, or if you have more questions, certainly let me know. Hi, Michael. When I add a new stock to my watch list, how do I refresh my top list? The top list will just refresh every 30 seconds. There's no way to kind of force it. It's just done because it's done server side on the clock. So every 30 seconds, it will update. Sometimes it depends. Like one of those things, it depends when you add it. And now we're talking about seconds. Like if you add a new stock to your watch list, like 10 seconds before the whole server does the 30-second refresh, then it will probably take the next one, which is 40 seconds. So if you don't see it after a minute, then it means that it missed that many refresh cycles and something may be going on. But with uh, there's no way to kind of force it. It will just refresh on its own every 30 seconds or so. And again, um, you can see that right here with this top list that I have open, right? This is 2240 to 2309, and they're just refresh. That's 2310 to 2349. So just every 30 seconds, we get a refresh. We tried shrinking that time, but it actually got incredibly obnoxious because you'd be like trying to click at stuff. We had it, I think, refresh every 10 seconds in testing, but you'd like reach over and you'd like try to click on something, and then it would refresh and it would just take that away from you. So you always felt like you were like battling the system to see what was on there. So 30 seconds seemed to have been the kind of like good middle ground when it came to getting enough refreshes that things were interesting, but not like fighting the system over and over again, right? Having trouble with symbol linking between a top list and some charts in the Trade Ideas program. All I want is alerts and charts to be linked together, except one top list to be linked to three charts. So it goes by all of the linking goes by charts. So everything that you click on will have a symbol link button, and it just goes by these colors. So you can't have a thing linked to two, like you can't get really, really complex with it. But if they are all the same color, they'll link together. So you see that everything on my screen is pink, and pink means just everything inside this dock, right? Because I use dock windows, and I know some people love them and some people don't. But I use dock windows, so everything is inside these docks for me. If you have free floating windows, you just have to make sure they're all the same color. And you can use blue as well, which will link it to everything. But just make sure that if you don't want it to link to everything, you have it linked to one of the 4 colors. Right, so, in your thing, you said you want everything to be kind of linked together except one topless. If you could put all of those things except that topless into one dock, and then you could put that topless and the 3 charts into a different dock, and then you just make everything pink, that might be your best option with that because then you have things working. So, like, do I have yeah, so let me open up this other dock, and this dock is for when I do, TikToks and Instagrams and all that kinda stuff, and you can see that when I click something from this dock, it doesn't, it doesn't click on this one, right? And if I change this one, maybe I make this SPY, see that doesn't change this one. So if you that's another way to do it is if you just separate what you want into different docs, then it makes life a little easier. And again, some people don't like the docs. I really, really like the docs because it just helps me. Um, I can keep everything separate, right? So I have like a day trading doc, I have a swing trading doc, I have a doc for when I'm building stuff, I have a nighttime scanning doc, and I just keep them all uh, laid out the way I want to, and they're separate. Yeah, no worry. I really like the docking system personally. I'm a big fan. UNH just insane. This massive run on this thing. I'm sorry, coming to this chat a little late. I'll watch the recap. I'd like to know how to use the anchored VWAP. And so again, if you want to get deep into anchored VWAP, I just highly recommend the book, right? Which again is Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. It's written by Brian Shannon. This is like this is what he does, right? This is his tool that he uses for trading all of the time, right? So, you know, the best I can do is try to regurgitate his knowledge, which is always um, anchor it from significant events. Right? Let's just click on some random chart. We see. Well, I guess these are all anchored from a large gap, right? So a large gap is a significant event, right? Something happened in Argen at this point, so this anchored VWAP then becomes interesting, and you can see it's pulled back to it once, and then it's bounced, and then a little bit shy of it again, and then it's bounced as well. So um, because you have to think of, and again, this is all mentioned in the book, which again, I highly, highly recommend because I'm probably doing a really bad job of um, transferring the knowledge like that. But it's basically a way to go, okay, um, w- because it's a way that institutions basically judge whether or not their brokers got a good price or not. It's going to be used on that respect. So it's going to be used to say, okay, did you get a good price for me or not? Um, and then the question is, what is it going to be anchored from? Which, right, I, ideally, if you want to buy the add-on program from Trade Ideas, you just go to your user account, and then you can add that on, and that will allow you to basically have these drawn for you and have the scans done for you. But you'll notice that they're all anchored to major events, right? So the large gap, for example, I find is the easiest one for people to think about because it's the same as when people use an intraday VWAP. You ask what time frames you use for and all that kind of stuff. That depends on you and your own trading plan, what it is that you're after. Are you a longer term trader, a shorter term trader? For you, that's going to be different. But just for whatever time frame it is, anchor it to an important part, like this ON, right? It's pretty obvious where this important point is, right? And it gapped up pretty significant right here, right, from 21 to 26. And it's just been basing sideways. So that makes sense why that came into play. Uh, it pulled back to that and it held it pretty well and then bounced off it. And then, looking at this one, it doesn't look bad as a potential play. Um, but yeah, it's going to be different for obviously every stock. It can't just be hey, put it at the 20-day high or 20-day low. That's just not, in my opinion, that's not simple enough. You have to combine stuff like this with, um, you know, technical analysis, right? It's the same, in my opinion, as any other indicator, which is it's a great guide. And it's a great way to make sure that you can start building trading styles and philosophies around, but it's just not a replacement for those things, right? So yeah, major events, major turning points, yeah, year to date is one that we have, large gaps, large volume days, things like that. I gotta say, and it's not just because I'm in the book, but I really enjoyed reading it. I got an early copy from Brian. He sent me some early, just to because my review of the book is in the book. So he sent over um, an early copy for me to read, and it just does a great job of just explaining the the why. I think is great, which uh, is very important. Like a lot of people use indicators because they think, okay, if I figure out this indicator and I just know what it's telling me, then I'll make a bunch of money. It's like, sorry, doesn't work like that. We'll all be rich. As soon as an indicator's figured out, it's gonna put on the uh, as soon as the world figures out something that's just like insanely simple and systematic, that kind of gets arbitraged away, right? Yeah, he does a really good job of saying this is the why of the thing, um, and this is the reason in which I think uh, these things act as support and resistance the way they do, and that's all in the first part of the book, and then at the end, in the later part of the book, it becomes more this is the reason, or this is the setups that are interesting to it, right? Um, which again, I think is a good breakdown. Right, first tell me why I'm interested, and then tell me because I'm not. If you say, "Hey, you buy when this line crosses this line," I'm like, I have been around in the game too long. I am not interested in simply just having something like that, right? I need to know the reason. Some active swings I've got on the go. Load up again. Uh, I enter all of my swings on the close. So I did a little bit of day trading today, but I don't trade like the kind of crazy short float kind of stuff. Um, I'm very interested in Barry's 10-day high, 10-day low. And I'll have to look that up. That's kind of more my style is what I buy and hold um, for a day, and then maybe a swing if it ends up really going. So I haven't. All that to be said, I haven't really looked at my positions very much today because I enter all my swings on the close. But let's see what I'm in. That's really, to be honest, I haven't even. I'm just looking at another screen, so that I need to open my broker on. Okay, so the SPY not really moved, gapped up a bit. This has been very interesting. I pointed this out on Twitter, which you guys can follow me, just Michael Noss, CMT on Twitter. But yeah, every time we kind of dip below this January or this March 6th high, it just gets bought back up. So I kind of have to be bullish as long as we're above that. Um, so BGS was one that I bought yesterday. I guess we can go through some of the holdings, and you'll start to figure out why pretty quickly. So BJS, you can see was holding or just hanging out near the VWAP from the gap here. So I was watching this one for a break of this high right here. Again, combining the VWAP analysis with traditional analysis. So when we closed above this range right here, I bought some yesterday. That's up 3% today. That's a good one. What else am I in? I'm in a fair amount, so we won't go through it all. Uh, X-ray. No, I never made it in X-ray, did I? Oh, ASUR. Picked some of that up yesterday. That's not really that interesting. Oh, the Planet Fitness. That's how I remember that when we were talking about that earlier. PLNT. So that where it was bouncing off its 200 day there. That also lines up with the anchored VWAP from the. Oh yeah, I remember. So I'm beta testing these charts, and they have some issues still. That's why you guys don't have access yet. Um, Zoom in. And then, yeah, so if you anchor a VWAP from this low right here, I think this actually came through that anchored VWAP scan. It was bouncing against that level for a pretty long time, for a couple weeks anyway. So I bought some of that when it broke out a couple days ago, I think. No, yesterday as well on that one. The idea was simple. I just did a ray, right? So just a simple kind of downtrend like that, and it broke that. It got well right up to it yesterday. So I bought some of that on the close. What else? The CDNS I've been in forever. That's not really interesting to you guys. FTNT, and again, this is a lot of the simple stuff that I trade. So, right, FTNT, you don't need to be kind of a rocket scientist to see this one, but it's just it had. I can just draw this probably easier doing it fast on screen. So it had that gap up, which is earnings. So I don't need to know what earnings is. In fact, I don't care. There's a whole bunch of nerds out there that interpret that data that are way better at that stuff than me. And then ever since then, it was just kind of stuck in this range. So I set a price alert and I said, hey, let me know when it gets out of that range. So I bought some on this candle right here. My stop was kind of right in that area, and then it just had this nice kind of push up. So I'm still in this position. Probably just going to use this orange line, which is just the ADMA, as a trailing stop, just to keep me in it as long as it goes. Um, and yeah, you'll notice a lot of like commonalities with that. You know, CDMO, same kind of thing, right? Had this earnings It was falling off into earnings and then it gapped. So whatever they said on earnings was a good thing. Don't really care too much what it is. And then I was just putting in this wedge type pattern. So I bought some on this day. So this candle right here as it closed above that area. And then I'm still in this one just riding up. So again, I'm a very simple creature. VERX. Here is your positive news catalyst. Right? Something happened. I think this was earnings too. Don't really care about much else. And then just consolidated sideways, broke out on that candle, right? So you see the benefit of waiting for the close is that it's just mega clear, right? Okay, this candle is now closing above this range. This is where I'm going to buy it. If it closes back into that range, I'll probably just kill it and move on. Well, and then I'm still in this one as it just kind of slowly grinds up. I think I took half of this position out, yeah, on this day right here, because we had such a wicked day the next day. I think I took out half the position there, and then I'm just riding the rest. So, again, I'm a simple creature. This particular scan, just FYI, is one that will come to the Market Explorer soon, just because it's such a basic setup, and the setup's going to be a gap up due to a gap up due to earnings, but I don't really care what the gap up is. But a gap up and then it just basing sideways, is kind of the simplest setup that I can think of. Um, and then I don't know, let's go over one more. Five. You'll notice there's not, I can talk about my losers. It's not like I'm afraid to. Everyone has them. But the losers are just so basic, where it's just "Oh, I thought it was gonna break out, and then it didn't break out, so I got out," right? Because I would say half of these things fail. So this was actually on the Anchor VWAP pinch scan that we were working on, with Brian Shannon. It was on this when we released it, and this is the idea behind a pinch, right? So, the lower line is kinda longer, so it's been above this line for longer, and you can see it came and it tested it. So here's, for me, I need to see evidence that this is a support and resistance point. To me, that's the evidence. And then same, this upper resistance was hold or this upper view app was holding it down for a while. There's the candle that closed out of there, and I just said, okay, well, if it closed back in this area, it's time to get out. And yeah, I'm still in five. Great day yesterday. Uh, Today, a little continuation. So it's I'm a incredibly simple basic trader, and it's just, show me something that's moved based off of some type of a catalyst, and then, give me a clear close above or below that price, and then that's it. You let me wait until it stops uptrending, and that's when I'll get out. Which means when the market is selling, that there's long periods of time where I'm not doing very much. That's okay. Um, so we got another 15 minutes, guys. If you have any questions about trading or trade ideas or any of that kind of stuff, um, we have that time. This is something that Trade Ideas does that not every, I don't think any other of our competitors really do a lot of, right? And that's kind of let's make sure that we have ample time for people who have questions. We understand that our software is complicated. Most trading softwares are complicated. It's one of those you can't be both powerful and simple at the same time, right? Unfortunately. Thanks, Mike, for the swings. No worries. Those are swings that I'm in and in for a long time. So I wouldn't I wouldn't get too excited about those. But a lot of what I do, it comes from these AVWAP scans, and then a lot come from the support and resistance scans, right? So um, you can use the at resistance is one of my favorite scans, and this just ranks things by how high up in their 6-month range, or you can do 20-day ranges. And then I just look for these kind of sideways consolidation patterns, right? So pen, eh, check one, it's in an uptrend. I I want my stuff to be in an uptrend, right? Check two, is it outperforming the market? Oh, I notice I don't have my comparison chart up here. One second. I do a lot of testing. That's why you'll notice that my layouts, Barry gets to keep his layout the same all the time, which I'm envious of. But I do a lot of testing and building, which makes me change them. Uh, I used to have like a different account that I would show you guys, and that would make things so much easier. But spy. Uh, yeah, so here we go. So I usually like to have this chart up. It's just a comparison chart. So it just tells me, okay, what is Penn doing relative to the SPY, right? Is there relative outperformance and then absolute performance? Those are the two kind of check marks I have, right? Is it doing better than the market? Which means, right, the market's been kind of chopping sideways here for a while. This one's been pushing up. That's fantastic, right? The market's been in this sloppy mess all through here. This has been a nice uptrend. So that's kind of check one. Check two, it's in an absolute uptrend, right? So it broke out of this high and now it came back and it's kind of testing it. That's kind of check three. And then is there a technical pattern that's interesting? And I just kind of see this sideways consolidation. It's great. I need to look at it this a little more, a little bit more expensive. And yeah, for that volume, it's not very good either. But yeah, the idea is basically just find things that are beating the market, find things that are in uptrends, and kind of move them from there. Yeah, I remember BJS has been in the long on your menu. Yeah, that has been on that. PJS was on my watch list forever. Um, and this is another reason why I wait for the close. So this one is actually just coincidentally I found on here. This has been on my watch list for a long time as well. This ATEC, not a super long time, maybe a week or so. I've been watching this one, and you can see that every time it kind of gets. Now I'm going to delete this line. Let me actually just draw it in with. This is one thing the new charts will get us is better drawing tools. So I'm as the resident CMT. I'm kind of helping them build that out too many steps right now, but we'll get it. So you can see all the topping tails above this line, right? Every time it gets above like 16 to 1620 or so, it can't close above that. It just keeps slamming back down, slamming back down. Now, this is a nice looking pattern, and I certainly wouldn't have faulted anyone for taking this one today. It's just your very kind of stereotypical cut and dry ascending triangle on a strong stock. Um, good outperformance to the S&P 500, all good things. The the issue is just all of these topping tails. So, if I were to buy this thing as it breaks, then I would have gotten in and it would have just kind of come back down and depending on what happens for the rest of the day, either been a bad trade or a break even trade. Now, what I give up is sometimes the things just go without me, right? And there's nothing I can do about that, right? It just breaks and I'm waiting for the close and it just runs like 20% or so. And I'm not going to buy it up there. But I think that's just part of getting old is you're just
Oh,
like,
will you quit it? You're
I
not
missed
old.
it. What are you doing back?
Keep saying that.
You should only be on beer 23 at this point. You still
Beer
have 10 minutes
23.
left.
Okay, that'd be for the year, Michael. That'd be for the year.
Sure, Barry.
Oh
He's
yeah,
mad.
no, I'm not a.
He's
I have my odd
sl-
Guinness, but that's about it. But listen, I'd like to talk to you about something, and I heard you talking about how you'd like to take my 10-day daily breakout and, or down, and maybe
Yep.
try to create a market explorer. Now, here's the issue with it right now, is that I don't get very many alerts in the course of the day. I mean, I may only get, for instance, I only have 2 on the downside and 7 on the upside, and that's kind of typical. And that's because I've got a relative volume of 8 and I don't want many.
Whoa.
However, I do have a top list, and I think I know what your answer is going to be. We can't do it, but let me ask you. Maybe something has changed. So I do have a top list, which is a 20-day range high and a 20-day range low. Okay, and I've
Hmm.
sorted it on where those stocks are in relation to the today's high. So I want to see the ones that are near the high of the day, and I want to see the ones near the low of the day. And
Okay.
again, these are 20-day ranges. Now, here's the issue, and it's always driven me crazy that we can't do this, but I guess I could turn it in. I could probably turn it into an alert window, but I want to know where that next high is, on the daily chart. And I know we just can't do that with a top list, can we?
Not with a top list. And this is where me being a programmer would really help this because I totally get what you're after, and there has to be a way to do it in the Market Explorer. The limitation, just FYI, is not the Market Explorer with this question. It's definitely me. Because I get what you're saying. It's that, and this is just inside baseball. No one but us will know this, but it's that equals P thing
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
in the background. I have asked Phil a few times to explain how the math behind it. But I'm going to write that down and I'm going to do it again because I think I could do that again in the legacy system. As you know, making these changes are hard because everything's kind of linked. But I
Mhm.
could build something in the Market Explorer with the scan that you have. Um, that could probably narrow that down. I just have to figure out how.
Okay, well, let me give you the
Uh,
scan. Okay, I mean, it's super simple, and
yeah,
me, it's a price range that you probably want to expand on and all that. But let me just 20-day range high share. Okay, and I'll put it. Where can I put it? In here?
you can put it in the chat or you can put it in our Slack,
Yeah,
either or.
yeah. I
But
just
yeah,
put it in the chat. Okay,
I
so
can't.
there it is. But what I'd love, because I've sorted it again on the stocks that are near the high of the day, but instead of my having to, if I knew that then the next high looking left was, depending on the price range, of course, you're looking at, was say $1 away. It would eliminate a lot of a lot of stocks in the list, but that's okay. And whatever that number is going to be, you can
Yeah,
take
it
it
would
50
just.
cents away
I'm
or a
just
dollar
grabbing the
away,
scan
or
here. Yeah, it
but
would.
it's
Yeah, it would definitely make life a lot easier because then you're only finding things. Now, do you do that within because you're using a new high or low filter in the top list, right? Or in the alert window for when you're
in the
getting
alert
alerted.
window. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I mean,
Um,
I could turn it into a something that gets triggered on the new high of the day, but I don't want that because I do want to see the stocks near the high of the day. okay, using that, and so that equal P only triggers on the high of the day.
And that's the issue is that it is, and I've asked Phil about this too. It is tied to it. There's no
Hmm.
way to kind of, because what it would need to do if not is we would need to have it ignore the current day's high and basically tell us every day that's not the current day,
Hmm.
um, how that works. And I gotta be able to.
Come on, we didn't send you to school for nothing, Michael. Come on, you must be able to do that.
See, now I'm just going blank because I'm thinking I really believe I can do this in the Market Explorer. I just
All
need to
right.
figure out how. There definitely has to be. So all I need to do is mark a high point, and I could do that with a Williams fractal or something. I'm just talking to myself now. Then I just need to say, um, is that the highest high in X period of time? And then is it, yeah, has it been above that? And that would invalidate it. And then, yes, it just needs to be. So, yeah, I definitely think I can. Give me a couple days to think on it, but maybe by the end of the week, I'll get you. So, you basically want this scan that I'm seeing right here,
Hmm.
but with kind of just saying, hey, if there's a recent high, like for this one, like PBRA, would probably be invalidated because this high right here is really close.
Exactly. I don't care. And look, yeah, and there's that high. Now I know we don't want to get too complicated, but it's not just that high. But
Yeah.
I keep looking left, and to me, there's just too much resistance. So I want to see something. And again, I know it's going to depend. It's going to depend on how what price range you're looking at, because obviously $1 away in a $10 stock is significant. $1 away in Apple is not. So I do get that,
Well,
but
what I generally do with that and what my idea would be is that I use ATR, which is just how much does the stock normally move? And I just say, okay, I would say if it's within, maybe two ATR, so two times whatever the stock normally moves that day, if it's within that of a high, um, like, this one, for example, would probably be this high right here.
mhm,
Uh, then I would say, yeah, just ignore that because it's definitely, this is how much it moves in an average day, and then we can move one as well.
right.
Iris, it's right above you. Barry just shared it in the chat. It's the cloud link right above your comment there. This isn't mine. This is something that Barry built. Yeah, it's just right. The comment right before yours is the one. I'm just trying to look for one that would be valid. This one, I guess maybe because the next high is probably this one.
Hmm.
So I guess would it be safe to define a quote unquote high as the high of any candle or like a swing high like this, right? Where you
Well,
know, are you okay with the fact that it's close to that highs that candle's high, but are you okay with it because that wasn't really an important high? Are you looking at the important highs
yeah,
or just
exactly. I mean,
any?
it's probably not that important if it's a couple of pennies away, from the next high looking left. You're right. Becomes a little more subjective then. It's not. I mean, if it doesn't, like for me, if I'm just doing this manually, it has to pass my eyeball test. And whereas I know what you're trying to do is create something that has nothing to do with an eyeball test. It has to
Yeah.
be based on math.
So,
And
okay, so for me, my eyeball test shows like SSNC is like 60. This would be the high that I'd be interested in. I'd be kind
mhm.
of okay that I'd be okay about maybe this or is this high
Well, how
enough to
far? How far?
disqualify
I
you?
can't see your. I mean, I can sort of see your screen, but how far is that away? I see that it's 5784, and what's
57,
that
that
high?
one's 59.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's far enough away. To me, that's far enough
Okay.
away.
But you would be interested in this high. Like that high
Yep.
is okay.
Yep.
So I can
For
do that, and
sure.
basically all I'll say is I'll define a high as you see the candle before it's lower and the candle after it's lower, and that kind of
Hmm.
makes that a significant high, right? If it was, um, if this candle didn't exist, then I would say this would be the major high, right?
Right. Is
Anyway,
CGNT showing up there? I can't see it there. I don't know why it isn't. Like, type in CGNT, and you'll see this is really now you'll have to actually have a weekly chart to take a look to see where that. See, there's the other thing. Now, if you take a look at a weekly chart, you're going to see and expand it a bit.
yeah,
So you'll
okay.
because the next high on the weekly chart is 521.
But again, I
Way up
can do
there.
that. That's not a problem to me because again, I'll do it with ATR. So like the average true range of the stock is 19 cents, right? So I
Hmm.
could say something like take this number, this 19-cent number, and multiply it by two. And we'll basically say anything within, 40 cents. If it has a high within 40 cents of that recently, then kind of disqualify it. Well, that's what we'll use. We can play with that number, right? It
Yeah,
could
we
be
can start with that. Sure, that'd
1.5
be
or
cool.
1.25. Um, that's the easy part, and that's what I do for a lot of just FYI when it comes to this, these at resistance scans, right? So what I'm doing with these, going to a daily chart, how I'm defining things that are at resistance is I just run a little algorithm to say, okay, this is a major high, this is a major high, and this is a major high, and we are within, I think, for this scan, one ATR of those highs,
Right.
right? So then I say, okay, yes, we are at resistance on this scan. And I could do the same thing. The only question that, like, the problem I have, and again, this could be solved. I think I have a meeting with Dave this week or on Thursday, and I'll talk to him about it then. Is just how to ask the system where is the most recent high that's above this high. That's basically the question I have
Right.
to ask. So for
Right.
that one, it would be this right here,
Hmm.
right? So I just need to be able to find that candle and then basically asking it how close are you to that candle. That's the easy part. So I can do that no
Hmm.
problem.
Okay. I just put in the chat just the flip of it, the 20-day lows, because
Oh,
I'm
the
also
20-day
looking at
lows.
that
Okay,
too.
one second.
It's a top list, and hardly any in there.
And just like when you build something in Trade Ideas, when I build something for the Market Explorer, um, flipping it, it's not as simple as Trade Ideas where you just hit a button, but right,
Mm,
you know, basic programming, you're right. I just got to turn all greater than signs to less than
yeah,
signs and things like that. Um, and the same with time frames, right? And that's why I was telling the guys, um, more anchored VWAP time frames are coming because it's one of those things. As soon as I have the model, then I can go from there. So first, I'm just going out. So I've done daily, and then I'm now doing weekly, and or I did weekly, and now I'll do monthly, and then um, it'll be the other way around. So I'll probably go 30-minute, 15-minute, and then 5-minute for all of the
perfect.
scans.
Yeah,
Um, and then we'll be and again, those will be fairly like all the monthly ones will be done this week, and then I think all the intraday ones will be done next week. So fairly quick once I get the model done. So just FYI,
sure,
when I'm done this scan, if you say okay, 20 days interesting, but I'm really interested in, you know, it could be anything from 5-day to
sure,
350 days, right? So
sure. Okay.
cool.
All right, my friend,
So
it's
I got homework
1:04,
now.
so I'll take over now. Let me get my there I got. Okay, so yeah, I guess we'll see you in about less than an hour.
All right, I will talk to you then.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, guys, I am now back in the rooms. Let me just get my music going. Now, guys, I put in the other room, keep an eye on the CGNT. I'll explain why. Okay, so look at CGNT. So this came in the 10-day daily breakout, okay? And it's still right there, 420. But what interests me in it was when I looked at that weekly chart, the next high was 417. So it's a little bit above that right now, but the next high on the weekly chart is 521. So I mean, this has got some room. And this showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Again, it hasn't really broken out yet. That happened at 12:25 while I was on my break, and it's still sitting there. But you never know. Let's see if it gets. It's an Israeli stock. Let's see, it's good volume, 9 times normal. It just needs, get some interest back in it through the 200-day moving average. That's pretty significant, I think. So, I mean, this could be one to watch certainly tomorrow, CGNT. Because it's got that room on the weekly chart. WW is starting to move. I just before I was on my break, I saw it starting to come on. Yeah, this is starting to move now, guys, again. Hmm. It did trigger at that 624 mark. I mean, this is one that, listen, I'm absolutely not going to advise that, you swing this, but I mean, if you're so inclined and you kind of think that, well, Goldman may know what they're talking about, or maybe they're just trying to get their customers out of the trade. I don't know. But I mean, they did put a $13 price target on it today. The stock also had some news. And I think that's why Goldman, also did it because the stock had some news. Okay, there is the Goldman upgrade. But before that, this is it. So this is why the stock moving. Okay, so as a sequence deal, I don't know anything about this sequence deal, but I mean it closed, and that's what Goldman came in, and I think they said we're upping it. I think they had a 350 price target, and now a 13. So I mean, I'm not trying to convince anybody to take this. I mean, look what happened right now. I'm not trying to convince anybody to take this one, but I mean, it's sort of interesting. It's sort of interesting to see if, especially if it closes well. If it closes well, that could be interesting. Frank, what are you talking about? No, if you're talking about what Michael was, that most of the Market Explorer scans are part of the service. Okay, I doubt very much that one would be an add-on. The one we were just talking about, the 20-day highs and lows and all that. I doubt that would be an add-on. I think the majority of the Market Explorers scans, they are like all these selected strategies. So these are all part of the service, part of the standard service. It's just this one, is an add-on, yes. But these ones right now, anyway, and I don't see that there's going to be any change here. Don't quote me. I shouldn't say don't quote me, but don't hold me to it. So, Luis, why does a stock increase in price after the company has a lawsuit against the company owner of the stock? Now, there's no accounting for anything like that. You know, I mean, what is the stock you're talking about? But we see if you're talking about CGNT as an example. I mean, you'll see so many stocks where CGNT investor notice rose in a you'll see all sorts of things like this all day long. Headlines, lawyers trying to launch class action suits against companies. I really don't pay that much attention to it. So, I mean, and understanding that I'm in for the day. I'm not looking to marry these things. So if you're talking about CGNT specifically, yeah, I pay no attention to all these. I think this is probably what you're talking about, right? You know, Reuters, all these class action suits. Yeah, I don't pay any attention to them. Not intraday anyway. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:11. I have to do a video pretty soon, and then I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. You know, this TGTX is still, man, oh man, it is still strong, guys. I mean, it's held the VWAP like a pro here. 20, say 22 is the VWAP. It's held it like a pro. It was to back out this weekly chart to see where it could keep going. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 2560. But hey, but listen, Luis, I mean, if you are, and anybody else, I mean, if you're concerned that you see class action suits, et cetera, don't, and it bothers you too much, yeah, don't take the trade. It's just that I've seen so many of them, intraday, it almost means nothing. Whoa, okay, this one took a long time, but look at the RSLS. This took a long time. This was, I mentioned this one in the pre-market. It didn't have very much volume. The volume really picked up, obviously, 1.2 million. The float is, well, I don't know if that's going to be 369,000, but it took a while. But wow, took out that VWAP and it surged ahead. And it did have some news, some kind of a patent for the Obalon balloon system. Yeah, so I was following some of the things that Shady was saying. Absolutely, trying to play tops and bottoms, not easy. And I've said this, from day one. I mean, Zach's had that, yeah, those tops and bottoms, but it's not easy. If you're a new trader, I mean, I wouldn't even look at them, to be honest. I mean, there's just very difficult to try to time something that might be topped out, either on the high side or the bottom or the low side. It's very, very difficult. It's much, I don't want to say easier, but I mean to follow a trend. You might look at this and go, I'm gonna, this is the high now. I mean, I don't have shorts for this, I doubt, or it's LS. I don't have shorts probably. We were even shorts 28,000. Um, I mean, I might say, okay, this has got to be it. Now, here is one thing. I mean, if I saw this coming into maybe the 200-day moving average, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's way up here. But if I saw this coming in, a stock coming into the 200-day moving average, okay, then I might look at that, go, okay, is it going to be able to get through that? Does it struggle? And then, you take, maybe you can, and if it starts to move down, so you take your short and put your stop at the 200-day, so it'd be, you have a defined area. But even that, it's not easy. Not easy. Well, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, Cassie, you're just mentioning it, GFAI, but look at AI. Certainly GFAI doesn't care right now anyway. Look at AI. This looked really, really good early. I thought, okay, you take out 25 and you can start attacking that void. And it got a little bit over 25 and then just collapsed. So you could have said, okay, I don't want to take it now, but there's the VWAP. If if part of your trading plan is to, trade around the VWAP, I mean, you could say to yourself, okay, it took out the VWAP at 23.88, right around here, right about here, and you let it go down a little bit further, and maybe take the short and put your stop at the VWAP. I'm not trying to recommend that's a trading plan, but I mean, it's something to think about. These the VWAP and the 200-day, and also if you anchor, put an anchored VWAP in, you'll get a different look. Well, there's no question, as a new trader, probably trend trading. Okay. Trading in the direction of the trend doesn't mean it's going to work all the time, but the hardest would be to try to time tops and short them, or find bottoms and go along them. No question. Those are the hardest. So I would shy away from that, even though, you can get some amazing moves, but I'd probably try to find something in a direction of a trend, and basing a little bit, and then pops and take it. You don't want to ever chase something on the way up, but something that is trending up, and then maybe bases a little bit, and then pops again. And then for me, always looking left. How much room does it have to keep running if it wants to? Now I would call that momentum trading is yes and no. I mean, trend trading doesn't necessarily need a big momentum surge like in here. That the volume in 1 minute is extraordinary. You could have a nice trend, just gentle. The volume is not really. I mean, it's been consistent, but it hasn't had like a big surge or anything. But I would practice in the simulator. You have to. A lot of trading has to match your personality, and some people just can't bring themselves to trade something that's near the high of the day. They think, no, I want to wait for a pullback, to a moving average, or to the VWAP, or which is absolutely fine. There's no right or wrong way to trade. If you can make money. I'm still very interested in this CGNT. Why? Because of the gap. This gap on the weekly chart. I'm very interested in this. And see if it and it the other thing too is, you have to understand, I have, when I say you, I'm just talking in general. I have a lot of faith in these 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns that are going to give me interesting looks. It doesn't mean I take every trade, of course, but they're designed because of the relative volume, is that, these would be active stocks, pretty active stocks doing something a little bit abnormal. And so when I get my alerts here, I will spend probably longer on these alerts to try to figure out, where could I get into this one? You know, maybe on a pull, maybe I do wait for a pullback to the VWAP and see what happens. Things like that. I mean, here's another one. There's a beaten up stock, ADTN, absolutely beaten up. Right at, bad news because I think they basically it's an earnings play. It's not officially an earnings play, but it may as well be because they sort of pre-release their earnings come out on the third, May the 3rd, and they've just sort of conditioned the market to not expect something good. But when I look at this and I think, okay, this is hugging the VWAP, 1133, right down here. It's kind of hugging it. If it breaks out a little bit, I could take that trade and, with the stop at the VWAP. If it doesn't work, well, I have a pretty defined risk. But if it wants to keep, it's trying to creep up, but I would want some volume to push it up, and I could take that trade. It's not my typical trade though. My typical trade is more shorting stocks near the bottom, going long stocks near the top. Look at AI, man. Oh man, I mean I feel well a little great. Well, that's stupid or whatever word I want to use that I'm not short this. Let's see if there's any further update from Carisdale on these guys. Nope, I don't see anything further from Carisdale. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:23. Yeah, I better do my video now. So All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just having a problem getting rid of this. All right, I'm gonna have to do an end task, guys. Something's happened. My little drawing tool can't get out of it. It's unclickable. So just give me a moment. You're gonna see screen disappear for a second. Just gonna go to the task manager. Okay, guys. So I'm sort of harping on this, but I keep watching the CGNT in case it wants to break out. So I'm just gonna. I think I have actually. No, I don't think I do. CG. I'm gonna put a price alert. CGNT. Stick a price alert around 425. See if it starts to move a little bit from there. Again, there was the alert at 420, so it's still hanging around. Wow, look at these topping tails now. I mean, if this were, well, it is shortable. You know what? So this is what happened. So yeah, there were people at Interactive Brokers anyway that snapped up those shorts. I think there were 100,000 shares available and they got snapped up. I can tell that because this is RSL. This is RSLS. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. This is something within Interactive Brokers. So here's ADPT. It's telling me there are 2 million shares. What happens is as they get snapped up, of course that'll decrease. So that's what happened when I looked at the RSLS. I think it's at 100,000 shares, but they got snapped up. Right, guys. Let's see. I better get my sound alerts on. That's why I was not hearing anything. So E-Man was a real mover before. Yeah, that's still, man, it's still hanging in there. I mean, it had some pullbacks. You can see these big topping tails on the weekly chart. These are the pullbacks. But I mean, it's still hanging in there. E-Man, E-M-A-N. Okay, wow. This just got halted again, guys. IPDN. What happened on the way? There's got to be some news. Can't believe there's no news on this one whatsoever. IPDN. I mean, look at this. This day is wiping out all of these days. It's basically 2.5 weeks of an uptrend, and I still can't see any news on it. It's got to be something out there, guys. Not that it really matters, I guess. WW guys now again over that 625. Boy, there's got to be. I'm just so curious about what's happened with this IPDN. And this was not shortable for me at all. No time was this shortable for me. Well, here's a nice move for TSEM, guys. TSEM just exploded. Look at the volume that came in out of that consolidation. A little late now, but coming into the 200-day, 43.84. So, I mean, there's a situation where, if it got close to the 200-day and it didn't take it out and it dropped down a little bit, you could, in theory, take a short and with the stop up here. Again, not easy. Not, and if you're new, I'm just pointing this out, for people who have an idea of what I am talking about here and how you can kind of short top. So for a reason, especially like the 200-day can be a really deterrent for a stock moving higher for a while. Oh, Brian Shannon, you're talking about the anchored VWAP. Yeah, Brian Shannon. So if you click on, just to give you an idea about what anchored VWAPs are, PJ, hi PJ, by the way, you click on new and then dock channel bar and then click on anchored VWAP. Now this is an add-on, but there's a video or an explanation about what it's all about. Okay. And here's something you can just take a look at. Okay. Sorry, guys, I am just following an internal internal discussion here. Halted again, IPDN, halted again. Yeah, it halted again. Come on, give me some news. Just so interested to know why this is happening. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, now it's even, I guarantee that nobody thought this would come close to the 200-day moving average today. Because remember, at the beginning of the day, this was actually popping higher. I was thinking of buying this because when I looked left, I thought I saw 713. I thought, well, if I can get through 713, it's got a shot to the 8 level. Man, whoa. Holy smokes, you're absolutely right about Lucy. You're absolutely right about Lucy. I lost sight of it. I got upset with it early on. And I've experienced enough to know that some of these ones that are really active in the pre-market and at the beginning of the day, they can do nothing for hours, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they can do something like that. I think I had a price alert set here, but that must have been earlier because I didn't see it pop up on my screen. But look at the volume that came in. It's all about the volume. 4 million shares came in. And now you would think that this will stall at 502. What did it get up to? 505. I mean, you would think 5 will stall it, but I mean, if it doesn't, I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is way up here at 7. Wow. So by the same token, keep an eye on the noggin, NOGN. Another low float. Never know out of nowhere. Maybe 226. I have to reset my alert. Maybe 226 pops through that. Doesn't look that promising, but again, you just never know. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart for NOGN. Look how it's just, faltering. It's just not, there's no volume. And then look at Lucy. I mean, Lucy was, kind of doing the same thing, had a little blip here, but kind of, for the last 45 minutes, and all of a sudden, boom. Yeah, we saw the news in the pre-market regarding Lucy. Yeah, it's an AI play and all that, but and it had the rip at the beginning, and it nailed me, almost nailed me big, but I took a loss on this one at the beginning. Yeah, so now now look what's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I just don't have any shorts for it. Too bad. 271, 241 got down to. Unbelievable. I mean, this no, now again, highly risky, but if you're a bounce player, you look at that 241 is the 200-day moving average. Maybe that holds it for a bit. Maybe. Hmm. Whoa, look at this one, guys. Look at HCSG going forward. I mean, this may still have a run, but look left on this weekly chart. Oh yeah, look left on this weekly chart. It's at 15.15 right now. The next high was 15.13, but now look at this high up here, 18.74. Keep an eye on this one, okay? 15.15. I mean, it would have been nice to take it right here, on that 15 break, but okay, guys, CGNT again, it's inching its way up. Boy, this what was the one I was in talking about? HCSG. HCSG. Wow, I mean, look at the room it's got. And again, if you're wondering where I'm finding these, this is just from this 20-day range high, okay? This is where I'm finding some of these ideas. There it is right there. This is the one that Michael Noss and I were talking about in the towards the end of his stint in YouTube, because I'd like to see somehow we're able to, even on a weekly, where the next high is, and have it, a dollar or two away. So when you look, when you click on it, you see something that has promise. Won't get so many alerts, or you won't get so many symbols in the list, but that's okay. Here's another one that's sneaky good. Look at the trend. The first alert was at 1171. Another one that's got some room. 1280. Wow, 1280. Is that right? 1280 is the next high. That's a dollar away, guys. That's not saying to take the trade here because it's getting there, but this is what you want to see. You want to see a stock that has room. I just sort of missed this. So again, this is the don't repeat. Oh, look at Lucy. Oh my goodness. Well, so much for that high. So there's the big, big pullback for Lucy. Not to any the VWAP's at 381. It was way down here, so it didn't pull back to the VWAP. Let me just see if I can show you on here. It's just too bad we still don't have that. I'm going to see if I can do something here to show you an example of the the anchored VWAP at work. So here's an example. It's hard to see, but that purple line now, I drew it from the bottom here. So if you were a VWAP type player, okay, you might say, okay, but I don't, I mean, if I have to wait for it to come all the way back down to 385, that's giving up a dollar. But with the anchored VWAP, you anchor it at this low down here, and you can see that it touched the top of the anchor at 452. And so you could say, well, okay, maybe I I play it if it gets into the anchored VWAP at the top and play the bounce off it as an example. It's hard to see on the chart, I know, because of that. It's hard to see. You know what? I'll just show you on a trading view chart because there it is. That red line right there. You can see how. So I anchored it from right there. I was on a 5-minute chart, and it came into it. So instead of having to wait all the way down here, that blue line, which is the VWAP, you can set anchors. Now, it is the art of where to set the anchor. I mean, you could say, well, set it at the low here, these lows right there, and see what happens. Well, you can set the anchored VWAP any time frame you want, whatever time frame you're comfortable with, on a 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. But it's sort of again, this is the art though, maybe at the low, a significant low. So, okay, guys, I don't mind a little bit of chit chat off general market talk, but maybe, again, the general market talk. That's why it's called general market talk. Here's another one that's got a little bit of room, this STLA, a little bit of room to the 1890 mark, at 1840 right now, a little breakout. Okay, well, there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so I will be attending it. Okay, well, the cogent doesn't look like it wants to. I think I still have an alert, but it's starting to give it up a little bit. So I'm gonna maybe just forget about it for a while anyway, just in case some volume really comes in. But I have an alert set up here around 4:28ish, and see if it takes it out later. See, but I didn't, it didn't trigger for me. All right, guys. So I will put myself on mute now. You get set for this meeting. And the WW, I am seriously considering swinging it. I am. Depends where it closes, guys. If it closes nicely, I may swing this one. Doesn't mean I'm not trying to recommend you guys to do the same thing. Okay. And I am, shoot, have I missed it? So this one, I mean, this showed up late. ALBT, where is it? ALBT at 216. That was at 207 when I was in this meeting. And yeah, I know it's a little bit thin and all, but it's one of those that, I mean, with the float, 3.7 million in the float. I just want to see if it gains any sort of traction. I mean, there is at the high right now, 223. And of course, in the pre-market, for whatever reason, I got up to 250. The other one I am kind of watching is the NOGN. NOGN, just in case, again, late day. We've had these 3 day, we've had 15 minutes, three 15-minute candles down, and then a pop up. We've got two now. Will it pop back up and then finally explode out? So this is something that I'm really looking at now, guys. Something that when we get something late in the day, one of these momentum plays late in the day, and I can tell it's late in the day because ALBT did not show up until 207. Okay, and that was the price at 216. I'm getting more inclined to hop on these. Now, not necessarily this one. I'm just waiting on it, waiting on it. It's because of the float, guys. It's all about that float, that 3.7 million in the float. If all of a sudden, some volume comes in, that's all I'm kind of waiting on for the ALBT. A little bit like the Lucy. I mean, it's not, I don't think it has any news like Lucy, but a little bit like Lucy. There's that float, that low float. All of a sudden, volume came in, exploded it through. Funny thing is, ALBT has no news. Not that I can see anyway. Yeah, I mean, the spread, 221, 224, it's not terrible. But as always, if you do take this trade, do not wander away from your computer. 3.7 million in the float, so it can just drop very, very quickly. So do not wander away. VWAP for what? Oh, you're talking RSLS. Okay, yeah. So there's the VWAP for this one at 203. So that's not an issue. Now look at it, 215, 221. So I'm talking the bid ask. We'd need something like, 227, 230, 229 to, I think, really get it rocking. So right now, when the spread widens like that on a $2 stock, makes it a little more difficult. to keep enthused about it. For me, anyway. All right, guys, I think just waiting. I'm waiting on those two to see if they have a late day move, ALBT and NOGN. And to see if WW can close near the highs of the day. What does the news mean? Well, there's no should. I mean, it bounced. Obviously out of the short. Well, I mean, sometimes, when a company buys another company, the market doesn't like it. I don't know what the terms were. Yeah, I don't know, all the outstanding common shares of, and I have this written down. This is DHC. So let's take a look at DHC. But normally that's a dilution. I mean, I don't know I don't know how they're buying them. This is, it's a lot of shares. That's in the float. So, they're having, I mean, if that's the case, they're having to come up with a lot of money, or it's shares. I mean, I don't know. That's the reason. Usually this is what happens when a company buys another company. Existing shareholders don't like it for a while anyway. And when you say should it have a bounce, there's no should. I mean, it could bounce, and it did bounce. It did bounce a little bit anyway. But depends what you mean by a bounce. I mean, like a bounce all the way back? Probably not. Yeah, there's no should though. I mean, could it bounce another dollar from here? Well, of course it could, because I mean it's got the room in theory. You look at the gap, but is this an overreaction to their buying that company? Maybe you'd have to look. I mean, I haven't looked at the terms, how they're doing it, but based on how many shares that other company has outstanding. I mean, and the current price of that company. I mean, that seems to be a lot of money. Sometimes, it's a combination of cash and stock. All I know is I saw it in the pre-market, and when I saw it here and it broke 9 and it showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown and it was an all-time low, it gave me a great trade on the short side. All right, guys, it's 2:50, so this is typically the time where I put myself on mute. I am here. If you have any questions, I will pop right back on the mic. Oops, not back around. I will hop back. Okay, and before I do go though, I will talk just a little bit about my homepage and what you can find because I think that promo, 25% off, more than likely it's over tonight. Sometimes they extend them for another day or so, but more than likely over tonight. So if you are interested in taking out a subscription, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use. It is still working. Easter 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you take on a subscription, this is what you should start to do. The getting started, 10 videos, about 30 minutes. If you're brand new to trading, this is a great course. Michael Noss put it on, Trading 101. You want to sign up for my daily stock of the day video, you can do it right there. Trade of the week. This is working, NG. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Yeah, I mean it's 6:04, so I mean it hasn't really caught fire yet, but you never know. Education section, big education section here, our user guide, and my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. Okay, there are a couple of races that I'm sharing, and 10-day daily breakout, breakdown. I love these. This Momo that you see here is in essence this momentum up. And you can see the Hulse resumes is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay, I've been using this with a very little variation now for probably about 12 years, the same format. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you click on my homepage link and then you'll be brought to this page and then you can use this promo code. And if you save my homepage, of course, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up time to time and the education section. And with that, I will put myself on mute. So I'm looking at nerve, but you know what? The spread is not good. 242, 250. I mean, if it tightens up, maybe, but it's the first time it showed up all day right now at 256, but it's the spread, guys. 244, 250. It's tightening a bit, but Okay, so Shabs, you asked the question, is AMAM on a scanner? Now, it could be on somebody's scanner. It won't be on my scanner. The reason being is that up until right now, I mean, look at all the volume that came in. Up until that point, though, it's only traded 526,000. So, a little over 200,000 had traded for the entire day. Wouldn't make my scanner, and the relative volume is way too low. So it's probably not going to make any scanner that I have. Now, could it be on it? Could you construct a scanner that it would be on? Of course. But it's not going to be on any scanner that I have because again, the relative volume is way too low, and the volume until right now, this 15-minute candle, it was really non-existent. But you could create a scanner to have it on, but you may get a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. That's always the trade-off. I mean, listen, if the volume can keep up, okay, and if it can get through 913, what is it, 913, 918, because then the next high is up around 10. But you're really asking, I mean, this volume came out of nowhere. You're really asking it for it to keep going. Let's see what the follow-up volume is. That 15-minute candle is now closed, so you see what the follow-up volume is, if any. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up today. Thank you again for all the help. We'll open the room tomorrow, main room at 8, well, no later than 8 o'clock. Get live on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And YouTube, I'll shut you guys down now also.